Really? Yeah. Take a shower? Never.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Anabolic plays the 2. Watch Silent Hill 2 voice. Yeah, we can check it out. Yeah, I saw it got like an 80 or something. Or is it up to 81 now? Yeah. So it seems like it's not going to be bad, I guess. I don't know. An 81's not terrible. I don't know what the other games in the series got, so I don't know if that's on par for Metroid Prime. The first game has like a 95. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, is those old games, the review score is kind of inflated, so... It's like when you look at the highest rated games on Metacritic, they have like 10 reviews. It's kind of funny. Like Ocarina of Time, I think, is the highest rated game on Metacritic, right? And it's got like 10 reviews or something like that. So, the older games don't have many review scores. But yeah. I don't know, the first game I didn't really like, so... Yeah, I gotta take my dog to the vet tomorrow, so he just keeps licking his paw, so I have an appointment for tomorrow morning.
I can't afford this shit!
And Hunter Eats Hunter with the 2. Oh boy, I love Minecraft, dude. Oh yeah, man. I don't know, I just play this when I get bored. I was playing earlier because I had a long meeting I had to sit through, so... I was just chilling, playing Minecraft, and I left it running so the grass could grow. So I just have it open. I'll probably switch to something else. Yup, the mandatory meetings where you don't say a word. Quick, everybody act busy. I mean, that's like, I feel like the majority of most corporate jobs nowadays. It's the adult daycare syndrome. Just, you know, everyone pretends to be busy all the time, having a bunch of unnecessary meetings to, you know, arbitrarily fill the 40-hour work week. When in reality, we probably could have like a 25-hour work week if people actually did their jobs. If even that much. I have no idea if they updated Mario Kart World. I don't work for Nintendo, man. Buddy, I know. I was laying down with you earlier. I know. He's so needy. That's how I know he's not feeling good, because he's only ever needy and, like, really clingy when he feels sick. I may have to get you some allergy medicine. That's right. Yep. Good boy. The dog's gonna hate that? Why? All you do is put the pill in their mouth and hold their mouth shut. They'll swallow it. It's not a big deal.
I can't afford this shit!
Daryl's on the 2, Expedition 33 wins Game of the Year 2025, Griffin crashing out. I can pretty much guarantee that's not gonna happen. I don't fucking care. I didn't even crash out when The Last of Us 2 won. So. Or Baldur's Gate 3, or whatever other circle jerk Game of the Year won. The Game Awards hold zero weight to me. I genuinely couldn't care less what Geoff Keighley declares as arbitrary goy slop of the year. Buddy, I know you want me to go lay down with you. I cannot. I mean, the whole Game of the Year thing's stupid anyway, because all it comes down to is, what game did you enjoy the most? That's Game of the Year. Like, it's not really hard to fucking, you know, come to that conclusion on your own. You don't need, you know, Geoff Keighley and the Zog Slop crew to, you know, tell you that your opinion is correct. Yeah, my top 2 games this year are Donkey Kong and Mario Kart. So, those are the 2 games I enjoyed the most. What's wrong, buddy? Oh my god, he's just so freaking needy. He's just pacing around the room. What? What is wrong, dog? You were sitting fine earlier. Dude, I genuinely don't care what wins Game of the Year. It doesn't, like... I genuinely don't fucking care. I wouldn't even have an emotional reaction to anything winning at this point. I don't care, genuinely. I have 0 skin in the game. I'm Apollo's emotional support. Probably, honestly. He's a pretty big clinger. He definitely is a clinger, so...
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Dude, evangelical Christians are fucking retarded. That's the only conclusion I can come to. They're just a bunch of fucking Zog brain-rotted, like, fucking boomers that literally have no idea what the fuck Christianity even is. They think it's basically just an extension of being a cocksucking hippie with some Israel worship tossed in for good measure. The amount of depravity and degeneracy and heresy that is propagated by the evangelical church is absolutely insane. The fact that they even call themselves Christian at this point is, you know, incredible. The good thing is the evangelical church will die with the boomers. Okay, guy who doesn't even go to church? Well, why do I not go to church? Maybe it's because the exact fucking thing I'm talking about is my only options where I live. It's almost like I've seen it, I don't know, firsthand. Do I really have to pull up the picture again? Do I really have to pull up the picture again? Let's see. Oh, did I delete it? Fuck. Why did I delete it? Hold on, let's see. I know what date it was. I can check my email. I know I sent it to myself because I've pulled it up before. Let's see. Sent, search. Actually, I don't need to search. Just need to go by date. Let's see. March, January. Is this it? No, that's Xbox. That's not it. Shit, man. Where is it? I know I've sent it. There it is. Okay, yeah, I thought so. Here you guys go. This is what I'm dealing with. Let's see. Let me resize this real quick so I can put both up at the same time. Here you go. This is what I'm dealing with. Every single church in my area has some sort of variation of this. BLM, tranny flags, love is love, black Jesus. This is literally every church in my area. So, I live in a fucking leftist shithole. So, yeah, when y'all say, oh, why don't you go to church? Yeah, here you go. These are my options. Either that or they have signs out front that say ICE is not welcome here, and then, you know, all that other shit too. So, you guys forget I live in the fucking, basically the devil's gooch, DC. So, the only people up here are literal brain-rotted leftists. So, yeah. There you guys go. Yeah, my area is like 80-something% Democrat, so... Yeah, this is what I'm dealing with. So, yeah, just go to church, bro. Alright, yeah, let me go pray to Black Jesus real quick as he holds up a fucking trans pride flag. Jesus would have trooned the kids. That's what my female trans lesbian pastor told me. Cuz, exactly. So, it's very easy for people to say, oh, just go to church, bro. Yeah, okay, let me go sit through that. That is really productive. Nah, there's no way that Jesus was black. He told people not to steal. Sorry, bro. Yeah, Jesus is like of a Mediterranean complexion, so he would have had a, like, you know, tan at most, but I hate to break it to you, he's not fucking black, and he's not fucking brown either, so... There's literally written descriptions of Jesus, so... Middle Eastern, so technically he's brown? No. The Middle East is like a geographic region. It's not an ethnicity, my guy. Have you ever seen Lebanese women? Or, you know... like the white Egyptians that have like Greek heritage, or, you know, the more Caucasian Turkish people. I mean, bro. Greece basically would qualify as the Middle East if you really wanted to get technical about it. So... Griffin and Jesus look the same? I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. Also, we know Jesus isn't black because if he was, when he went on trial, he would have been released on bail at least 72 times. Shit.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. So Raging Boar with the 20... Oh, yeah, 20 months. There we go. TGA's next week. Get hyped for slop gamers. Yeah, dude, I'm excited. I'm so excited, dude. It's gonna be so epic. I can't wait to see the latest Chinese mobile game reveals. Have you seen that super, like, AstroTurfed, like, hype campaign they're trying to do for, like, that stupid statue that's built in the middle of the fucking desert? It's just, it reeks of desperation. It's, like, drummed up almost no attention online. Nobody's talking about it. It completely fucking backfired. They probably thought people were gonna make a shit ton of videos and all this other shit for it. Nobody even cares about it. It's just, you know. The Game Awards is so fucking AstroTurfed. There's no actual, like, real organic interest in it. People just watch it for the reveals. It's not God of War. It's like some hell-themed, like, gateway or something. It looks retarded. Dude, yeah, the reveals suck because most modern games suck. It's like, why are you gonna get excited for trash? It's like, oh boy, dude, I can't wait to watch the new trailer for AAA Sloppa number 812. Hooray!
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Well, let's see. Blue sent you with the 5. DreamCastGuy definitely still smokes crack, since by his opinion thinks Mario Kart World soundtrack was bad. I know. He thought Mario Galaxy had a bad soundtrack too. He couldn't understand why anyone would ever want to listen to Mario Galaxy's music, which is like an insane fucking take. Because even if you don't like Mario Galaxy as a game, I think everyone universally agrees that it has like one of the best soundtracks ever. He just is like forcing his hate boner for Nintendo. The only positive thing he said about Nintendo is the fact that he's addicted to Splatoon. So... So he plays Splatoon all the fucking time on the Switch, apparently. With his friend. Gee, I wonder what that's like. Splatoon, yeah. I'm definitely not a Splatoon fan. Have I ever gotten pissed off on how bad someone's playing a video game? I wouldn't say like actually pissed off. I've gotten like mildly irritated, yeah. It hasn't like genuinely made me pissed. But yeah, it's irritating as fuck. Sometimes. But, you know, it's... I don't know, it just is dependent, I guess. DreamCastGuy is a good guy. Yep, he's the ideal consumer, dude. Live with 5 roommates. Spend all your disposable money on fucking consumer goods. No savings. Did you listen to what this racist president said about Somalis? Well, just like Jesus, they hated him because he spoke the truth. Yeah, there's no benefit to having these disgusting-ass Somalis anywhere. Their shithole country is shitty because it's filled with Somalis. So why the fuck would we want to bring a bunch of nasty-ass Somalis here? You know, countries are dog shit because of the people who live in them. So... There's a reason why no one wants to move to Africa or the fucking Middle East outside of Dubai or, you know, broke-ass countries in Asia. Because the people who live there are fucking shit. You know, nobody's fleeing to Bangladesh to, you know, escape from oppression. Quote unquote. Daryl's on the 2. Jesus is black. Stop the cap. I don't know. I don't think I will. And Daryl's on also the 2. Lebanese women like my queen, Mia Khalifa. No, that's a lesbian woman. Because she hates men. Damn, man, I love them Lebanese women. I think they like pussy more than me. Yeah, dude, Somalia is just a cousin fucking shithole that contributes nothing to the world. Literally nothing. There's not one singular positive attribute that Somalia has. None. The world would be better off without it. Same with Haiti. And many other places. You've never seen a person claim Jesus was white? My guy, take a look inside of any church that predates 1950. Yeah, at most, Jesus had a dark tan. That's it. So...
Hey! Quit licking that paw, boy.
No. You've got 8 hours until you get it checked out. You can last.
I can't afford this shit!
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
What are you doing, man? Oh my god. Hopefully I think I need to get like this antifungal cream for his paw. That's basically what I need to get, and of course it requires a prescription because, you know, you have to justify that $50,000 a year vet degree somehow by, you know, restricting people's ability to buy fucking basic ass shit for their dog. So, most likely he has like a little infection or something. Which is easy to fix. You just have to go into the fucking vet and get a prescription for it. Which is so retarded. Why I can't just order fucking antifungal shampoo of my own volition is just crazy. Yeah, you can order it from Australia or in some cases Canada on certain stuff. Like I get my flea and tick medicine from Australia for like 1/4 of the price of the US, you know, NextGuard, you know, pricing. I think it was like $120 for a 12-month supply of both. And if I bought a 6-month supply from my fucking vet, it'd be like $300. So $600 for the year. Crazy. So. Yup, it's a bunch of women who need to pay off their student loans. Even, what are we kidding? They're not going to pay it off anyway. Dude, they charge me $109 every single time I step foot in that place. Regardless of what he has done to him, it's $109 minimum. Just to fucking shine a light in his ears and lift his fucking tail up. And look at his asshole. That's it. That's literally the checkup that you have to pay for every time you go in. It's ridiculous, bro. It's a fucking scam. He's not having issues with his paws. It's just one paw. And it smells, so I'm pretty sure it's infected. So I've been washing it and stuff. But he's only licking one paw. So it's definitely this individual paw. It's not all of them. He's had the same food for years, so that's not the problem. Dude, I haven't been to the doctor since I turned 17, so that was literally it. I've never stepped foot in a doctor's office since. Yeah, his paws aren't red, it's just he's licking between the toes. So he's got like a little infection between two of his toes. Or I don't know if you call them toes or whatever, I don't fucking know. Yeah, it's just a small, isolated spot. So... Yeah, unfortunately, I live in a metropolitan shithole, so they charge you for everything here. You have to pay for fucking parking everywhere you go, too, so that's another beautiful thing. You go anywhere, it's a $10 fucking charge to just park. A Jewish sports car will stop on a dime and pick it up for you. Yeah, I've heard a variation of that where it's like, you should get a Jewish sports car. I hear they stop on a dime and for one, too. Yeah, I live in the city. You have to pay for parking everywhere. Yep, they try to charge you 5 cents per plastic bag. I use the self-checkout, so I always just enter 0. I'm not paying for a fucking plastic bag. They can kiss my ass. That's not stealing, PK. That's tax evasion, which is a moral obligation of any, you know, citizen of a country, because taxes literally go to the lowest common denominator of society. I'm perfectly fine with Shaquanda not getting her EBT bucks. Yeah, dude, there's a lot of horror stories about the Indian doctors. So, they'll just prescribe you anything and everything you ask for. You know, they'll tell you you need to do a bunch of shit that you don't fucking need, all in order to get that cash money, dude. Yeah, unless it's a, like, East Asian or a white doctor, I'm out. You know, I'll trust a Chinese guy if he's, like, a doctor or a Japanese dude or someone like that, you know? They're trustworthy. But, no, I'm not doing New Delhi's finest medical student. Because not only that, but India has way lower standards for their medical programs. So, you're not only going to get a doctor who doesn't fucking care about you and is just there to make as much money as fast as possible, but you also have a doctor that's not as well trained. How did my mouse die? Shit. Yeah, I would trust a Jewish doctor, generally speaking. I've had a Jewish doctor before, and he was really good when I was a kid. Same with dentist as well. Both of them were really good. Well, Kanye made the mistake of going to see a psychiatrist, which is fraud in and of itself. It's a fake pseudoscience that's literally there to just convince you to become a fucking pill slave. So, yeah, I wouldn't see that type of doctor anyway, under any circumstance. They're all just as bad. Would I trust a woman doctor? As long as she fit the aforementioned criteria, yeah. No, a lot of Americans go to Mexico for cosmetic or voluntary surgery. So, people go to Mexico because it's cheap, not because it's quality. They don't want to pay for an American doctor. They just want to get shit done cheap. So, no, I wouldn't go to Mexico. I don't plan on getting fucking plastic surgery anytime soon. I'm gonna get that BBL. Oh yeah, dude. Let's see. So Toad the Gray with the 2. Watch the MEADOWS world records. Yeah, we can check it out. Daryl some of the 2. Griffin kicking his dog in the cage like wings. I got rid of the cage, so no can do. The crate is gone. I know I'm not seeing that. No. Yeah, it's kind of funny how
either subscribe, donate,
you know,
or get the fuck out.
The entire PC master race narrative is kind of fucking dead at this point. It's kind of sad, honestly. But, you know, most PC games nowadays are pretty fucking shitty, port-wise. And on top of that, you know, the PC community, quote-unquote, is just a bunch of broke boys masquerading as, you know, high-end gamers. Like, literally, they boast about how much better their computers are, but then complain when their fucking literal toaster build can't fucking run a brand new AAA game. Or they're like Review Tech USA with his, beefy PC running integrated graphics. And then most of the games they play are like literal fucking Valve, you know, Gary's Mod slop. I don't even know, bro. Most of the games that PC players play primarily are just literal fucking garbage. They literally could run on a fucking 2010 PC in most cases. You know, it's like PUBG, Dota, Counter-Strike, and, you know, that's basically it. What are the top... Let's see real quick. Let's look. What are the top PC games right now? Steam charts. So, number 1 is Counter-Strike 2. Number 2 is Dota 2. Number 3 is Arc Raiders, which that game looks like fucking garbage. Bongo Cat is number 4. Where Winds Meet is number 5. Banana is number 6. Wallpaper Engine is number 7. Battlefield 6 is number 8. Okay, that's like the only semi, I guess, demanding game on this list so far. Delta Force is number 9. I don't know what the fuck that is. Marvel Rivals is 10. Apex Legends is 11. Rust is 12. GTA 5 Legacy is number 13. Warframe is 14. Helldivers 2 is 15. Destiny 2 is 16. GTA 5 again is number 17. Stardew Valley is 18. Source SDK Base is number 19. VR Chat is number 20. Yeah, it's just old shit, bro. Most of these games ran on a PS4. So, the PC Master Race literally just plays sloppa. Minecraft is the true yeah, exactly. Isn't Minecraft technically newer than Dota 2? I think it actually is, maybe. I don't know, actually. When did Dota 2 come out? That's a good question. Let's see. $2013? Okay, so maybe not. Maybe not. Still, the sentiment remains. I mean, isn't Dota 2 just like literally Dota, but they just like slightly, it's kind of like a CSGO 2 kind of situation where it's just like a slight altercation or alteration, I guess is what I was looking for. Yeah, I had a friend who was really big into Dota 2. I never could get into it. He tried to get me to play it a few times. I didn't like it. Paw boy. Yup, come on. You're gonna face me? Nope. Over here. Come on. Lay down. 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 Lay down. Good boy. Down. You're not gonna lick that paw. You have a few hours to go. You made it all day today not doing it. You're not going to do it now. Nope. Good boy. Just a little bit more to go, dude. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I have to drive to the vet and fucking rush hour traffic tomorrow, which is gonna be a lot of fun. So I can't wait. Alright, that's fine. You can lick my foot instead of yours. Go ahead. I won't even stop you. Good boy. I'll do anything at this point to keep him from licking that fucking paw and making it worse, because it's not that bad right now. But if he just sits there and licks it, he'll like lick it raw, and then he'll get like a serious infection. So I gave him 2 like rawhide chews, which he's already gone through both of those since I've started streaming. So I'm trying to keep his mouth busy so that he's not, you know, licking his own paw. If I had some peanut butter, I would just smear it on something so that he would have to, you know, just... I wish I had one of those, whatever they're called, like the, treat pads or whatever. Like, you smear peanut butter on them, and it's, like, supposed to keep your dog busy for, like, hours. Because they have to, like, lick it out of crevices and stuff. So, I wish I had one of those. That would be perfect right now. That would be perfect. You can like mount them on the wall and they just sit there and lick it. So I forget what they're called, but they're like special mats that you can like just smear peanut butter on, and they're designed in a way where there's like a bunch of crevices and, you know, obstructions that prevent it just from licking it clean quickly. So they have to sit there and lick for a while, and it's meant to distract them. What, baby boy? What's wrong? Oh my god, man. I know. I know you don't feel good. I know, buddy. Do you need to go out? Alright, let me go take him out real quick. I'll be back. He's acting like he needs to go outside, so... we'll see. Alright, I'm back. He had to pee, so... Bruh, Nintendo actually has more laxed rules for video games than Xbox does at this point. Fun fact. You can have more nudity, sexual content, blood, gore, and Nintendo Switch versions of games than Xbox or PlayStation. Nintendo pretty much allows anything onto the eShop nowadays. Yep, they delete your video clips and captures after a month, and you cannot save them on the console. It's retarded. Yeah, dude, I had clips on my account from when I first got my Xbox One and was playing, like, the original Titanfall, and they're gone now, so... Kinda sad. Hey! Knock it off. No. No. Good boy. He just needs to go to sleep so then he can just ignore it, but just sitting there licking. If only dogs could speak. Dude, I don't even know if I would want my dog to be able to speak English. It'd be weird, you know? That would be kind of weird if they could actually talk. If you get a second dog, name him Creed, like the cologne. Why? Or Assassin's Creed, dude. Apollo Creed. I don't know who that is. Oh, wait, that's the... No, wait, that's Apollo Legend who killed himself. I don't know who Apollo Creed is. The boxer from Rocky. Yeah, I've never watched that. I feel kind of bad because he does just want to like cuddle up with me because he doesn't feel good. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I'm streaming. How the fuck haven't you watched Rocky? Because I don't watch Zog Slop 80s movies, sorry. I don't like sports, so I have zero interest in fucking, you know, oh dude, heckin' boxing, bro. Let me get super heckin' excited over sports slop. Can't wait to spend my measly paycheck on some fucking sports betting, dude. You don't have to like sports to enjoy. Yeah, dude, it's a movie about fucking boxing. Sorry, I'm gonna press X to down on that one. That's like saying you don't have to like sports to like The fucking Blind Side. It's literally about football or fucking whatever other to pick your poison sports slop like movie. That's like saying you don't have to like music in order to enjoy a musical. Like, the fuck? It's the entire point of the movie. We know you're fat, what you just said. Dude, I have never seen more obesity in my life than that fucking sports card convention. So, if anything, being a sports fan is direct correlation with being a fat fuck. I have never seen more concentrated obesity in my life than at a fucking sports card convention. Most sports fans sit on their fucking fat ass, drink beer, eat fucking junk food, and do nothing. So, not really a recipe for a healthy lifestyle. Yeah, I genuinely hate sports. I don't understand the appeal at all. Yeah, let me cheer so excitedly for some fucking random guy. You know, putting a ball in a fucking goal. Wowie zowie, bro. So heckin' awesome. I'm gonna make my entire identity based on my allegiance to a fucking sports ball team, dude. Beer, boobs, guns, and football. That's right, man. That's what America's all about. Ugh. Yeah, hopefully that mentality dies with the boomers, too. It probably will. Just consume, dude. Sit there and consume your fucking slop. Eat your hot dog. Drink your Bud Light. You know. Just consume. Spend $300 on a fucking made in China NFL jersey to show what a huge fan of the US of A you are. Hell yeah. Hey. No. Bad dog. Alright, I'm gonna go get the sock. You cannot be trusted. No, you're not leaving. You're staying right here.
I can't afford this shit!
Alright. The sock is on now. No, it is not Ricardo's cum sock. He's gonna sit there and lick that damn foot raw, and it's like, don't screw it up right before we're about to get it checked out. It's like, jeez. He's gonna make it worse right before it's about to get better. Yeah, I've like duct taped a sock on this foot now, so he can't lick it. I did this before when he cut the bottom of his paw. I put him in a sock because he kept licking it, so. He just needs to go to sleep. Like, that's all he needs to do is just lay down. But he wants me to lay down with him because he doesn't feel good. And it's like, well, I'm streaming. Because he was sleeping perfectly fine earlier when I was laying down with him. So he just wants me to go lay down with him. I guess to distract him or whatever. I don't know. But... let's see. Let me refresh the super chat feed. I haven't done that in a few minutes. There we go. Let's see. So pineapple with the 9 months. Hey, Grippy. Yo, the fuck? Shout out for my homeboy George Droid. Yeah, blessed be St. Floyd of Fentanyl. And let's see, Gundam Exia Dark Matter with 14 months. Play the song. Okay. Yeah, I can. And then big ups, GGG, saw Mr. Shaddy plays, nostalgia baiting, even though he shills for Globo Homo Slop. That's the thing, dude. I don't get these channels. They're like, oh, gaming just was so much better back in the day. And then they'll review the modern game of the month and be like, it's amazing. It's so great. It's like, okay, bro. Stop. They're just trying to hit all angles of the grift, bro. That's the thing, is they're just trying to hit all fucking angles. And CEO Rocco with the 2. What if you had a black mare? Well, we pulled out the stats on that one before. Not only did they have a far lower average MCAT score, but also a GPA as well, so no bueno. And let's see, HTM 101 with the 2. Sub Griffin, what's the name of the 007 song? It's just, I think it's just the main theme of GoldenEye on the N64. It's the Pause soundtrack? Okay, yeah, I've never played GoldenEye, so I have no clue. I just know it's from that game. You think Dreamcast and Maddie are grifters? I think DreamCastGuy is just an idiot, to be fair. Like, I don't think DreamCastGuy necessarily is a grifter in most cases. He definitely does do some grifting, like the Switch 2 stuff is so obviously a grift. But I just think he's a consumer at heart. I think DreamCastGuy is just a hopeless consumer at heart. Like, his entire existence is basically based off of consuming shit. He consumed a math too. Yeah, there's that as well. Nah, I just think he's like one of those, you know, ignorance is bliss types, you know? Just like the happy idiot phenotype. I mean, that's like a real thing, though. The dumber you are, the happier you are on average, so it tracks. Part of me like, I don't know. I wouldn't really say I wish I was dumb. I'll say this. Part of me envies how genuinely happy people can be. Because I definitely don't experience that. Like how easily people can be genuinely happy. I do kind of envy that to a certain degree, but I think overall I'd still rather be aware of the reality in which we live than just a happy idiot. Knowledge comes at a cost. I mean, yeah, it's just, I don't know. Like, I used to enjoy shit a lot more than I do now, and I used to be a lot happier than I am right now. So, but at the same time, it's like, you'd basically just be living a fantasy. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, pretty much, man. I mean, just imagine, like, you actually enjoy, like, all the modern games. You enjoy all the Marvel movies. You enjoy your sports slop. You enjoy your fucking, you know, McDonald's slop. Like, you know, you just go through life liking everything. Like, those people are going to be happy because, you know, in a consumer-based economy, if consuming makes you happy, then you're gonna be happy all the fucking time. Mindlessly consuming shit isn't a bad thing if you've already won at life. I mean, I guess. I don't know. If you mindlessly consume, though, you're gonna lose all your money. Because the whole point of having a nation of mindless consumers is so that they can never, you know, amass any sort of wealth and can never actually pose a threat to, you know, the order of things. They get high on weed. Dude, did you guys see that shit? The Joe Rogan clip on Twitter, I think. It just happened. I believe it just happened. It might be an old clip, I don't know. But he was basically saying, like, he thinks the second coming of Jesus is going to be in the form of AI. Like, bro, holy midwittery. Like, that might be the single most retarded fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. He thinks that the second coming of Jesus will be in the form of AI. Like, holy midwit, bro. Jesus. Yeah, DMT has fried his fucking brain. And, like, he prefaces it by saying, like, he's been going to church and Christianity just makes sense. And then drops probably the most heretical take in the history of Christianity. So he must be going to, like, some fucking retarded mega church or something. Dude, the reason why he's flip-flopping on a bunch of shit is because he can't get guests on this podcast anymore. You know, he went against the leftist political machine, and now he's been cut off from Hollywood celebrities. So he's trying to, you know, wiggle his way back into getting podcast guests. Like, what's an actual high-profile celebrity he's had on recently? Like, genuine question. Let's see. Derek, Chris Masterjohn. Dude, his views are way fucking low now. Damn, 300,000? Yeah, like, who are these fucking people? John Lissel, Chris Williamson, Ben Van Kirkwick. Alright, he had Elon Musk on again. How many times is that? I don't recognize anyone else. Oh, Russell Crowe. I guess that's a somewhat notable person. There you go. One person. But he's pretty based from my understanding. Yeah, I don't see any. Matthew McConaughey. There's another one. Which, yeah, again, I've heard he's pretty based, too. None of these other... Oh, God, this grifting bitch. Another Foyd congresswoman. Okay, but that's, you know, not a celebrity. Yeah, I don't recognize any of these fucking people. Bernie Sanders. Cringe. Yeah, so like in the past 7 months, he's had 2 Hollywood celebrities, and that's it. I don't know who any of these fucking people are.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Mel Gibson, but yeah, we know Mel, so that makes sense. Mel's giga-based. Yeah, Elon Musk again. Yeah, the Trump one. Is that his most viewed one now? Is Trump? Oh, almost. Who the fuck is Bob Lazar and Jeremy Corbell? Yeah, the Trump one's gonna be #1, so... Bob Lazar is an alien. Okay. So just some fucking midwittery. Yeah, I was never a fucking Joe Rogan fan. I've always found him to be a pseudo-intellectual type. I don't know. He's never captivated me to any extent. The only Joe Rogan episodes I've ever watched are the one with Trump and Kanye. That's it. But that's because Kanye just talked the entire time. Oh, yeah, I did watch his Alex Jones one as well, yeah. I did watch that one too, yeah. But that's also because Alex just talks the entire time, like he does in every interview. Dude, I have never been a Tim Pool fan. Any guy who worked for Vice at any point in their career cannot be trusted. Vice has always been at the forefront of leftist propaganda, so anyone ever involved with that company is a leftoid at heart. You should not trust them. What's my opinion on Dungeons and Dragons? I don't play any of that type of stuff. I don't play tabletop games. Yeah, wasn't Tim Pool's entire thing like clickbaiting Civil War or some shit like that for a while? I remember people talking about that in the chat a while back, that, you know, basically his entire shtick is, you know, basically crying Civil War constantly. The boy who cried Civil War. Killed his channel, clickbait AF. His live streams cratered this year. Brutal, man. That's bad. Doesn't he have like 100, or I don't know if he has like 100 employees, but doesn't he have like some insane amount of employees? And that's why Quartering is constantly trying to one-up him. Yeah, he firing almost everyone. I think he is looking to sell the skate park. Yeah, he had a ton because he was making over $1 million a month easy. Jesus, bro. Hopefully he saved his money. Why the fuck would he own a skate park? Is he one of those SOYLENIALs that has to constantly convince everyone that they're young by insisting on using a skateboard in their 40s? When kids today don't even fucking skate? Nah, I don't think we actually have 400 something people watching. I think it's probably just a YouTube glitch. The YouTube viewer counter's probably just fucked up. No, it's not bots. It's just sometimes the counter fucks up. It doesn't matter. There's no point in, like, fucking, you know, even worrying about it, because it just doesn't do anything. Or they fixed recommended? I doubt it. Because we've got, like, the normal amount of people in the chat, so... If there was actually a significant amount of people in here compared to normally, then there'd be way more people in the chat. Like here, this is an easy way to test it. I know what like a normal poll gets, so we'll see. We'll see if anyone interacts with the poll. My chat bots from Jack Doherty. That's right, dude. Nah, it's not that YouTube hides me. It's the fact that no one actually uses their sub feed anymore. So, no one ever makes it past the home page. So... But yeah, we'll see. I'll check the poll in a minute, but yeah, if you're watching, use the poll. Usually it's like a third of people will answer polls and stuff. I mean, the majority of people who watch live streams, myself included, never interact with the chat. So... only a small percentage of people actually chat in live streams. Most people are just passive viewers, and they just put it on in the background and ignore it. They don't even pay attention to the chat. So... alright, let's see. So we got 83 responses. That's about what I was expecting. Yeah. But yeah, most people don't actually, like, interact with streams. They just sit there. Let's see. Riptide Arrow with the 5. Yeah, we can probably check it out. Gang stalking? Yeah, something like that. Dude, I'm telling you, it's not that there's more people watching. It's just a counting error with YouTube. The viewer count is probably just glitched, or they have some sort of back-end issue. I'm telling you. There's not actually 400-something people watching. It's probably just counting people that click on it and then close out of it or something. This happens every once in a while, so it's not a big deal. Why would I bother botting? Botting costs more money than you actually make. There's no reason to fucking bot. Botting is literally retarded as fuck. Like, botting is purely for vanity's sake. You lose money from doing it half the time unless you have sponsored content and you have to hit a certain view count in order to get the payout. Then it's worth doing. But yeah, just on a regular ass fucking stream out of nowhere, there is zero benefit to fucking botting at all, because bots always have fucking ad block anyway, so they don't even get served ads. There's like zero benefit to it. This build fire, bro. Thanks, man. Yeah, this world is years in the making, so. I've basically terraformed the entire desert biome over here. Yeah, you can choose when you play ads in a live stream, but the thing is if you're botting, bots have ad block. So they're not going to be served the ads. So it's completely pointless. There's zero benefit to botting. The only reason you bot is for vanity. That's it. You want to appear more popular than you are. Which, I don't know why the fuck you would even bother doing that, because you're just costing yourself money. See if I can find that song and I'll play it real quick before I forget. Damn, bro. My throat is scratchy AF. I think this is it. PK doesn't exist. He's the second coming of AI. Yeah, something along those lines. Ah, that's loud. There we go.
I can't afford this shit!
They're not gonna remake the Greek saga. It's another case of a studio hating their old games. Hasman definitely bots. I don't know. He's pretty popular, man. He's like the safe right-wing, quote-unquote, you know, chud stance on shit, so I think he's propped up by the powers that be to contain, you know, men from becoming too right-wing. The Roach King and his Roach Men viewer army, yeah. He's just another one of those like content creators that they allowed to exist so that men have a quote-unquote voice, and he's never gonna say anything that truly would go against the message to any extent that it could actually be harmful. So he's basically a containment type exercise in order to prevent men from drifting too far to the right to where they actually pose a threat. He's like a levee. Holds the tide from getting too I guess like close to the shore. Yeah, Moist Shitticle is a massive TDS leftoid, which I always knew he was a leftist, so that's not surprising at all, but yeah, I'm telling you, it's just the YouTube viewer count's glitched. There's not that many people in here. It's just fucking bugged. When Moist said about kids can transition, I'm like, oh my god, and he tried. To say he didn't know Sneeko was live when he said, yeah, exactly. He's one of those fake centrist types. Again, trying to shift the Overton window further to the left. Hey guys, today cockballs, penis fart, shit fuck, and I'm gonna repeat the most lukewarm, Reddit approved opinion on whatever the trending topic is. So, yeah, this shit's fucking crazy, man. Dildo collection, pussy, cunt, vibrator, fleshlight. Alright guys, peace. That's like literally his content. What's up, guys? Cockballs, penis fart here. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 2. Oh, yeah. I can do that. Damn, man. Ugh. Brutal. Dude, it's crazy. After I put that sock on the dog, he's now just like passed out. Almost immediately after I put that sock on, he passed out. It was like a mental block for him, I guess. I don't know. Now that the, I guess, ability to lick has been taken away from him, it's just like, yep, he's zonked. Because the thing is he was sleeping earlier with me. Like, I was laying down in bed with him, and he was just passed out, snoring, like pressed up against me. And then all of a sudden, when I started streaming, he's like spazzing out, walking around, not settling down, licking his foot. It's just like, dude, stop. You're gonna hurt yourself. Walmart. And the dark has no place to dream. Must we go on? Will we ever Walmart. No, I don't go to Walmart. I order online from Walmart. And I ordered some Pokemon boxes. I got the, or no, what was it? Paldean Fates, I think. Like, collection box they did for Black Friday. I got 5 of those, so. That was pretty sweet. The packs sell for $15 a piece, and I got 11 packs in each box for $75. So, you can do the math on that. That's like $160 in packs for 75 bucks. Stonks. Easy money. I can't go into Walmart where I live, bro. I'm white, so I've basically got a red bullseye painted on my back. So, going to Walmart in the DC area is like, you know, basically writing a death wish for yourself if you're white. Same with going into a lot of parts of DC. Crazy how those Pokemon cards cost. Yeah. People want to open them, so they'll pay out the ass. I don't get it personally. I don't like opening packs. Unless I can get packs for dirt fucking cheap, I don't want to open them. Yeah, where I used to live, there was always a cop in Walmart, so there wasn't really issues. Nobody stole shit, you know. I mean, I'm sure they did, but it wasn't as blatant as it is now, where they're basically encouraged to steal their shit. So... back in the day, you had actual, you know, protections in place to prevent people from stealing. Now, you know, the DAs and sheriff offices basically tell cops to stand down and just let it happen. It's crazy, man. Yeah, it was funny. Did you guys see that video on Twitter today of the guy who left a laptop unattended in New York City? Like, for 5 minutes, the laptop was sitting there, and the first black guy that walked up to it snatched the laptop. It's like, Jesus, bro. Like, a bunch of white people walked up to it to see what it was or something, but they didn't take it. But yeah, the first black guy snatched it. I mean, dude, like, the thing is say what you will about stereotypes, they didn't pop out of thin air. It's like that one video of the black guy at the ski resort who's like, you know, all these white people just leave their ski gear sitting out and it's worth thousands of dollars. Like, bro, that was his first reaction, is people leaving their ski gear unattended. I should take that shit. It's worth money. It's like, Jesus, bro. People can't even enjoy their fucking vacation. You know, they can't step inside of the fucking ski lodge for a minute and leave their skis outside without fear of some, you know, rando just snatching their fucking shit. It's just crazy. Tax evasion is absolutely okay. It should be every, you know, red-blooded American's duty to avoid paying as much tax as humanly possible. Fuck taxes. Our country was founded on tax evasion, so you get taxed when you make the money, taxed when you spend the money, taxed on the shit you spent the money on, taxed when you sell the stuff you spent the money on with the money you made that you were also taxed on, and then you get fucking taxed when you die. It's bullshit. Fuck that. Billionaires absolutely pay tax. Dude, look at this. In 2022, the top 1% of earners, those with incomes over roughly $663,000, paid about 40.4% of all federal income taxes. So the top 1% of the country pays 44% of income tax. So, or 40.4%. So, yeah, that is an absolute fucking myth. 99% of the country pays 60%. Also, let's see. Let's see. Nah, I can't find it. Whatever, doesn't matter. Dude, the fact of the matter is 50% of people don't even pay income tax. We have about 40% of the population of working age adults that are just welfare leeches. Like, that's the reality. So, we have a lot of people that simply don't need to exist. And, you know, we have a welfare state that enables them to do so. I mean, the simple fact is that 90% of legal immigrants take more in benefits than they pay in taxes. So, a company absolutely pays taxes. If they have a singular employee, then they pay taxes. Because they have to match the FICA contributions for Social Security for every employee they have. Griffin loves his social programs. I know, I love them so much that I want to get rid of every single one of them. Social Security, gone. Welfare, gone. EBT, gone. Medicaid, gone. Medicare, gone. None of that shit. Israel's total debt is almost 400 billion. Which, if you multiply that, what is their population? Okay, debt per capita. Their debt per capita is 37,000. Let's see what US is. Let's see. The U.S. debt per capita is 111,000. So, theirs isn't quite as high, but it's still, you know, pretty significant for a tiny little sand strip. 400 billion's not really, you know, a small amount for that type of country. They don't have any natural resources, so... Oy vey. Yeah, the debt's not real, though. That's the thing. None of this shit's real. It's all fucking fake. What do I mean? It's fake? Our money's fake. It's not real. It's not based on anything. The Federal Reserve generates it out of thin air and then makes our country go into debt in order to print more money. So, there's more debt than there is currency. That's the crazy part, because when the Federal Reserve prints money, the United States has to borrow the money from the Federal Reserve. So, the Federal Reserve basically, you know, trades a bond from the U.S. government for the printed currency. So if the U.S. government wants to print $100 million, they have to borrow that money from the Federal Reserve using a treasury bill. And therefore, because they're borrowing $100 million, let's say at 5%, well, they're only printing $100 million, but the amount that'll be owed on that loan over the 30-year period, when you know, multiply, you know, what is it, 5%? So $5 million a year for 30 years, so that's what, 150,000, or yeah, no, 150 million. So the U.S. government at the end of the loan will have had to pay $250 million in order to print 100 million. Well, they only printed 100 million, so where's the other 150 million going to come from? Well, you print more money and take out more debt. And the debt fucking spiral just continues and continues and continues and continues. That is the ultimate scam of the Federal Reserve System, is it creates infinite fucking profits for the, you know, board of directees and the shareholders of the Federal Reserve. So our money's fucking fake. It's not backed by anything. It's not based on anything. There's more debt than there is currency ever created. Only 7% of our money supply is actually, you know, physical. 93% of it is literally just numbers on a spreadsheet. Like, the money's just not fucking real. I don't know how else to put it. It simply doesn't exist. Yep, we are in a state of managed decline. That's why they're importing the slave labor from the third world. You know, get as much money out of this, you know, dying carcass as fast as possible before the parasites hop to the next host or nation. It never even began, yeah. For Zoomers, dude, like myself, yeah, it never even began. Yeah, we thought we were born into the golden age, but in reality it was just a gilded pile of shit. I'm not paying child support with the 2. Will automation stop mass migration, or mostly not? No, it won't. Because the end goal of mass migration is also to change the voting demographic of a country. So it's basically the main priority of it is to completely erode the actual voting power of white people. So that's the reality. It's simply designed to erode the voting power of whites. That's why it's happening simultaneously in every single white Western nation. So let's see. Each generation with the 5? What's this? What the fuck? Alright. You just didn't try hard enough. Yeah, I don't think any amount of effort on my part would have prevented, you know, the complete demographic replacement of the United States, personally. But, you know, better luck next time, right? Just gotta pull myself up from the bootstraps. Cashless society. We already have a cashless society. Most of the businesses near me won't even accept cash anymore. They only accept credit card. So, I'm already basically living in a cashless society. They would accept gold? Not necessarily. Try paying for 5 guys with a gold bar. How are you going to get change? It's not even that bad. Silence, PK. Yeah, it's gonna have to get a lot fucking worse. People are still too comfortable, bro. The majority of men are literally just sports cattle nowadays. The only thing they fucking care about is sports. Like, genuinely. The bread in circuses is in full fucking effect. And most guys who are military aged are just literal fucking sports cattle. I mean, all sports. Look up the ethnicity of the majority of NFL team owners and NBA team owners and any sport for that matter. Where's your patriotism, Griffin? You're supposed to be buying a sports merch for your NFL. I know, man. And then I'm supposed to consume every single product that advertises in my favorite, you know, sports ball team stadium. Dude, I am like so fatigued today. I have like that face, like weight feeling. Where it feels like I just have like weight across the like, I guess bottom of my eyes and like onto the top of my nose. It's really bad. Whatever this sickness is fucking brutal. It makes me even more tired than normal. Like, I took my dog for a walk tonight, and, bro, I was, like, huffing and puffing. Like, jeez. I could barely, like, catch my breath at times. It's really bad, whatever the fuck this shit is. Super fucking fatigued. It's, like, zapped all my energy out. And then I also went to the post office, and even that made me tired. Like, just going to my car, driving, getting out, you know, taking the stuff into the post office. Like, even that made me tired. So I've definitely got some nasty shit going on right now. And tomorrow I have to take my dog to the vet, so... Or I guess today, now at this point, so... And then I gotta work. Oh, that's the worst part. I have to actually fucking work after I take him to the vet. I can't just go to sleep. Oh, man. I didn't stay up all night. I went to bed early or I guess this morning. I got off stream at like 3 or 4. I laid down and I slept until 9:30, so I actually got sleep. Basically have a headache in your face? Kinda, yeah. It is Banjo-Kazooie music. At least that's what the video says it is. PK, why are you trying to gatekeep game music, bro? That's a wee bit cringe, eh? No, I'm not. You don't deserve the title of gamer. I deserve whatever I want. I've never played a single N64 game. Wrong. I played that Kirby game. Mario 64 hasn't aged that well. Yeah, I agree. It feels very antiquated. I'm basically poor. Yeah, well, not basically. I am. Period. Dude, it's bad. All I want to do right now is just lay down. I could probably fall asleep in my desk right now. This shit sucks. Whatever I have, bro, this is nasty stuff. The videos will probably make me more tired, to be honest. They usually do. PK, you have to pay first at McDonald's if you want the fries in the bag, so no can do. Most Mario games are just not my thing, but they were fun when I was a child. I always liked the spin-off games more than the actual mainline 2D and 3D Mario games. I never really played mainline Mario games for that reason, but I always did like the spin-offs. Yeah, I have Metroid Prime pre-ordered, so whenever I get my package, I'll stream it that night. Isn't Elden Ring DLC? Well, it's the fucking shitty Night Rain DLC. What am I sick with? I don't fucking know. I just got a sore throat again. One of the only PS5 exclusives worth playing, and that's only because it took a lot of inspiration from Mario Kart. Oh, Astrobot? Yeah. I don't think they want to port that over to PC because, you know, that's like the console mascot game. Dude, I'm kind of fading quickly. Damn. Sack boys, your face. Well, yeah, I don't know if there's too many people who feel that way, but hey. Need some morale boost. Yeah. For only $500, you can boost my spirits. Who wants to do it? Nah. Take some cocaine. Shit. I don't have any. Yeah, I don't really have any excitement for Metroid Prime 4, but I'll try it out, so I'll give the game a shot. The gameplay does look pretty good. I mean, I don't really care about the story, so that aspect doesn't really bug me about, you know, the gay character. I'm not going to be playing that game for the story at all. Marvel humor fatigue? Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. Millennial writing has gotten very fucking obnoxious. My issue with Metroid backtracking is that it's not fun. I don't enjoy shooting every single wall. Castlevania did backtracking better. The other thing is, too, is every time you leave a room and enter it, it's like the same enemies in the exact same place respawn, and it just becomes super fucking repetitive. And it almost feels like it's discouraging exploration at that point. Dude, I'm probably gonna have to like sneak a nap in during the day tomorrow. I don't know how I'm gonna make it. I'm like literally going in and out, just sitting here. Jeez. I don't know. Usually when I get that bad, it'll eventually fade, but when it'll happen, I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna do a new Star Fox game. I think a new F-Zero game would be cool, though. Especially with how popular Captain Falcon is from Smash Brothers. I think people would buy it just for that. The next Smash game will probably drop, I would think, in 2 years. That'd be my guess. Because Smash usually comes out a few years into whatever console generation it releases in. Want a sequel to Star Fox Assault, but I think they scrapped that timeline. Yeah, I know nothing about the story of Star Fox, but I think Star Fox Assault was pretty fun. I remember enjoying it back in the day. So, I had it on GameCube, obviously, but yeah, it was pretty good. I bought it pre-owned while in DC, funnily enough, when my dad was working at the Pentagon. So, Griff stuff. I haven't fallen asleep yet. I'm just very fatigued. I could, like, if I closed my eyes, I probably could fall asleep just sitting up right now. I have, like, 0 energy right now. It's been drained out of me. Surprised you're trying to fight through it if you feel like shit. Well, you know, it is what it is, man. I gotta earn my measly wage of super shekels every night. So, in order to make sure my dog is well fed. Bet if somebody donated 100 right now, he would wake right up. Maybe. Why don't you try it out, PK? See what happens. Wouldn't that be crazy, dude? How old is Fortnite? Didn't the original iteration of it come out in like 2018 or something like that? Let's see, PKDC 88 with the 1. Appreciate it, man. But that's not gonna wake me up, sorry. Yeah, Syndicate was one of those underrated gems of the 360 era. But yeah, I have it still. Well, not still. I have a copy of it, but I did have it back in the day. You know, games like that and The Darkness, for example, were perfect examples of, you know, the type of 360 game that, you know, just kind of obscure but really good. Same with stuff like Vanquish or even Bayonetta to a certain degree. But there's just so much stuff during the 360 generation that was worth playing that it was almost impossible to keep up with everything. New generation with the... Oh, God, that fucking dog. Jesus. Yeah, that thing's cursed. How about Wet? I never played Wet. I have it, but I have never played it. So you're gay? Yep, guess so. Guilty as charged. You see, I did my part. If everybody else here would donate at least $1, you'd have 400. That's right, and I could afford to pay my electric bill, my internet bill, and feed my dog, but no such luck. Well, at least there's some iron. Yeah, Too Human is so bad that they literally give it away for free on the Xbox store. So, it straight up stole assets and was essentially, I think, pulled from, you know, retail shelves because of it. It's one of those games where it's like notoriously shit. Yeah, Too Human is still free on the Xbox store to this day. The worst game, Hellblade 2. Uh-oh. Bro, I almost just fell asleep there. Alright, maybe we should go ahead and do videos so I don't know. I can't really sleep though this morning. Because I have to go drive, which is going to be fun. Go sit in traffic. Woohoo. Send money quick. That's right. I have an energy bar that fills up with every donation. And then once we hit a certain number, I wake up. Why don't you have a driver? 'Cause I'm broke. Obviously.
I know a lot of you are... I know a lot of you are getting kind of curious about the new voice performances, so here's a sneak peek.
You have the camera out again? Come on. I really don't want to make a sex tape.
Whoa.
I've got fucking cancer, for Christ's sake. Killing a person ain't no big deal. You just put the gun to the head and pow!
This would unironically make this game better.
So you the hooker?
I'm not your Mary.
I just did a line of coke in the bathroom. You ready to fuck or what?
I am. If you want me to be.
Okay, you're being fucking weird about this. You a cop? We're gonna fuck through these bars or what?
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
Wow.
If somebody asked you to name the big...
That was powerful, man. That was powerful. But yeah, if DreamCastGuy voiced Silent Hill 2, it would be unironically better. Holy shit, bro. All right.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I have no idea what I'm looking for here. Guessing the shortest?
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
we go. Yeah, I definitely can't do that. I don't have the patience to, like, sit there and learn every single little, you know, wheel turn in order to optimize your speed. That, to me, is just not fun. Alright, let's see. Oh, this is long shit.
A Keynesian beauty
Oh, God. This might put me to sleep.
contest is a scenario where individuals base their choices not on their own preferences, but on what they believe others will choose or find appealing. It's so named due to the phenomenon where judges of a beauty contest vote on whether or not the other judges find a contestant beautiful, rather than what they themselves think of a contestant. It seems rather counterintuitive, but when this concept is applied to other realms of society, it begins to paint a clearer picture. One example is an election, where a voter may support a candidate they think is most likely to win rather than their genuine preference, to avoid apparently wasting their vote. I think the Republican Party demonstrates this quite well, as back in 2015, when Trump announced his candidacy, the party fought hard against him in the primary, but when it became apparent that he was striking a chord with the public and was likely to win the nomination, everyone fell into place. The Democrats seem to take the opposite approach, where they seemingly decide who they want beforehand and push that candidate regardless if they are popular with the public or not, and this has resulted in them getting beaten in 2016 and 2024.
Bernie won every single county in West Virginia. Counties?
Yes.
Every single county went for Bernie, and bingo, Hillary came in third place behind somebody named Paul Farrell. I don't know who that is, okay?
Even though Bernie Sanders won all 55 counties in West Virginia, the West Virginia Democratic Party went to the Democratic National Convention and told this lie.
19 votes for the next president of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Single lone West Virginian did her best to put her little homemade sign within the camera frame so that the American people would know the truth.
Politics isn't the only area where the Keynesian beauty contest makes sense. The stock market is famous, or infamous, for investors buying a stock they believe others will find attractive, only for that investor to pull out early while the interest is high, making a nice profit in the process. On social media, this concept goes from amusing to outright insidious. Media grifters will make video after video on a property before it has even come out in an attempt at catching the wave of hatred before it starts, and often end up being wrong while hilariously changing their tune. This concept is core to the grift. It is a surefire sign that you're
I don't really change my tune, so it doesn't apply to me.
dealing with a grifter when you see it. But what is a grifter? Given
I knew the Fallout TV show looked like fucking dog shit, and to this day, I have not bothered to fucking watch it, so...
that the nature of this series is to expose grifters and their behaviors, you might be wondering why it's taken me so long to define what grifting is. I'm often criticized for being too optimistic, and I can see where those people are coming from. I assumed we all knew what a grifter was, but after making my video on the critical drinker, I noticed quite a lot of people, mostly his fanboys, attempted to call me a grifter, which I found amusing, but it also made me realize that people don't know what a grifter is. So today, I'm going to define it for you and provide some examples so that from now on, you will be able to identify when someone is.
Like, see, this is the difference between me and most of the, I guess, anti-woke content creators is... Like, I don't fucking watch Disney movies. I don't watch Marvel movies. I don't watch Star Wars movies. I fucking hate that shit. I don't interact with it at all. You know, I'm not up here, you know, saying, oh, it's so bad, and then watching it anyway.
Grifting. The term grifter traditionally refers to someone who engages in schemes for financial or material gain, often involving deceit. A famous non-controversial example would be Charles Ponzi, the originator of the infamous Ponzi scheme, a type
And yes,
of investment fraud where
you don't need to ask.
returns are paid to earlier investors using the capital of newer investors rather than legitimate profits. Under this definition, if I tilted my head sideways and squinted my eyes, I can kind of see why people don't think what Eric July, Yellow Flash, and the Critical Drinker do is grifting. Their audience's defense for them is that they are simply telling everyone their opinions, and opinions can't be grifting, right? Well, when we call these people grifters, it's a shorthand for media grifter, which is a different kind of grifter. A media grifter engages in the dissemination of false or misleading information, not necessarily out of genuine belief, but as a calculated move to attract attention, provoke outrage, and maintain relevance in the media landscape.
That's not what a grifter means. A grifter is when you fucking say shit you don't actually mean. Oh my god, bro. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Now we're creating definitions to suit our own, I don't know.
These people have a profit motive. The key element of any grift is financial or personal gain. By selling outrage, these individuals tap into emotional responses to drive engagement, which translates into clicks, subscriptions, and ad revenue. Like the Ponzi scheme relies on enthusiastic and inexperienced investors, this type of grift relies on the gullibility of the audience or the person that's being sold the outrage. Grifters capitalize on the audience's biases and general unwillingness to scrutinize the things they're saying. In a previous video in this series, I spoke about how go woke, go broke was just a cute saying that doesn't map onto reality. Whether or not media grifters actually believe this debunked
Yeah, no. Assassin's Creed Shadows is definitely going broke. That game bombed.
concept remains a topic of discussion, but what is clear is that their audience actually believes it's real, and that's entirely the problem and why this series exists. Let's pause for a second and talk about another type of grifter, the flat earther. I have another series where I debunk conspiracy theories, and the one topic that seems to come up rather often is the archaic idea that the earth is flat. Obviously, true believers of the things they're saying, and instead are seeking personal and financial gain by telling people the earth of the day, which these days tends to be how woke something is.
Look, synthetic man.
Possibly predict it'll fail, rake in the engagement. When that media property releases, two things can happen. One, if the general audience dislikes that media property, make a video
I don't fucking care about him talking about the flat earth, so I'm skipping that shit.
or post gloating that you were right about it sucking, and therefore any media properties that even superficially resemble this one are also shit and will
All of these games bombed, by the way.
fail, so people should trust your expertise on this subject. Or, two, the general audience likes that media property. When this happens, two more things can happen. A, you can ignore that the general audience likes the thing and continue to push the rhetoric while teaching your audience to call the general audience sheep and NPCs that like slop.
So does this movie answer the question? Did Gladiator need a sequel? It does answer it. And the answer is
No.
no. But was I entertained? Yeah. Like if I'm giving the Commodus thumb there, I'd give it.
I refuse to fucking watch it. I, just flat out refuse to fucking watch Gladiator 2.
The movie a thumbs up. I myself an enjoyable time. No alcohol required.
But I'll give the CGI sharks this. They did just as good of an acting job as the overrated, overcast Pedro Pascal. You know, the guy who called half the country Confederates and those bad guys from World War II, and for his efforts, he gets cast in absolutely everything, which will, I think, eventually lead to a soft reboot of Being John Malkovich.
Or, B, you can lean into the like of the general audience and pretend it wasn't woke, and that's why it did well.
I mean, Peach is just like, Peach has done nothing but be stoic and smart and powerful and commanding and...
Yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot. What's up? What does he say? What's up, guys? Geeks and gamers here or some shit. I don't fucking remember. I don't really want to be honest.
Mario is bumbling, stumbling idiot. Look, like right there, she just has this confidence. You know, she's just standing there with all this confidence.
What's going on, everybody? I just watched the Super Mario movie, and this is just gonna be a quick review of my thoughts on the film. I loved it. Peach is not a girl boss.
Yeah, no shit, retard. I remember he called me a feminist over that. That and him counting the women in the Halo TV series. He called me a feminist.
Although under the current Hollywood template, I understand why some people are very sensitive to some of the lines in the movie or the approach, but Mario is very much a hero in the movie. Princess Peach she is kind of like badass and everything, but we've seen her be badass before.
Seems like you should stop making that type of content before a movie comes out, right, Jeremy? It's always a fucking Jeremy, isn't it? Anyway, now, I've spoken about the critical drinker at length, so forgive this repass, but he's just so rich with examples of the behaviors I'm talking about that I can't resist. Famously, before the Barbie movie came out, media grifters assumed their audiences wanted to hear that this movie would fail because it was obviously woke. So they made video after video and social media posts.
Who the fuck thought the Barbie movie was gonna fail? Anyone with a brain could tell you it was gonna do well.
After social media posts describing how this movie would go broke because it had gone woke. Then the movie comes out, and suddenly these same people began scrambling for excuses for the film's success. You know, obvious cope. But the critical drinker did something strange. He decided to push the idea that the movie hated men.
What none of us expected was a...
It literally did. It's a fucking feminist circle jerk movie. Everybody... Dude, anybody who thought this movie was gonna bomb is an idiot. You know, I don't fucking like Barbie. I will never watch this movie, but... I knew it would do well immediately.
114 minutes of spiteful, bitter, mean-spirited, borderline unhinged hatred of men and everything even vaguely associated with them. Barbie is like the deformed, mutated rage child of Captain Marvel, Ghostbusters 2016, and She-Hulk. It is pure brain cancer in movie form, and I was genuinely shocked by the sheer, undisguised contempt this film has towards 50% of the human population.
You see, Drinker miscalculated something. He seems to have assumed the onslaught of pre-release hatred would cause his and other audiences that consume grifter content to not go out and actually see the movie, which, unfortunately for him, many people actually did. His review comes across as a person that not only didn't see the film, but also one who was simply repeating some of the pre-release talking points that were dispelled by the film itself. You see, like all media grifters, he created a problem and tried to sell you the solution, only it backfired this time because the film was a massive success, and anyone who has actually seen the film can attest that his talking points are extreme exaggerations that border on misinformation. But this is the case with all media grifters. They wield mis- and disinformation like a superpower, galvanizing a volatile audience that then spread their rhetoric like a weird social virus for which I'm attempting to provide a vaccine. Not according to this guy, though. I am a few things. A video essayist, a debunker, a fact checker, a sit-down comedian. For 7 years, I've called out CinemaSins for lying, manipulating footage, and just flat out being wrong about some of the things they say. In that same time frame, I've made arguments for positions that were relatively unpopular or outright against the consensus. For example, I have videos explaining that the hatred for Resident Evil 3 is misguided, that Thanos is a better villain than Heath Ledger's Joker, that Phase 4 of the MCU is not that bad.
Oh my god. Yeah, this guy is a cattle class of society. Defending the MCU. Yeah, that earns you a spot on the first train.
And that the first Venom movie is kind of one of the worst comic book films of all time. Get the fuck out of here, dude. The movie's fucking trash, okay? If you actually sit down, rewatch the movie...
The Venom movie? Yeah, I agree. That movie fucking sucks.
And think about what's going on. It's bad every way you look at it. The only thing that slightly redeems the movie is Tom Hardy's performance, which I admit it can be funny. But that's not what makes a movie good. Just because something makes you laugh a few times, that doesn't mean the fucking movie's good. That's not how that works. But I said enough about Venom. Fuck that movie. My point is, I've never been afraid of standing up to the popularly held belief, and that's precisely what makes me the anti-grifter. I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. So you see, the attempts at calling me a grifter are not only unfounded, they're just another form of anti-intellectualism. Expertise is under attack in modern society. We live in a time where the intelligent are called arrogant, and the anti-intellectuals have giant platforms with which they get to spread the idiocracy. If you are a fact checker in 2024, you get labeled jealous, a hater, fake news, a shill, and a host of other unsavory adjectives. This is because people are not actually interested in the truth. They care more about some figurehead repeating what they already want to believe.
The truth? Bro, your opinions on media are not the fucking truth. They're your opinions on media.
And grifters are happy to do that for them. This is why the president-elect proudly stated Haitian immigrants were
Eating the dogs, the people that came in, they're eating.
Dude, Haitians eat each other. Eating dogs is like the least of the concerns.
Eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Even though that was
Dude, Haitians literally eat fucking dirt. Look up Bon Bon Terre. It's literally dirt fucking cookies. You're gonna tell me that they wouldn't eat a dog or a cat? Fuck off.
demonstrably false and had literally zero evidence backing it up. His audience wanted to believe that, so
how's Barbecue doing? Is he still the de facto leader of Haiti?
he sold it to them. To this day, you will find some lunatic spouting this conspiracy theory as if it were true, and that's because it's not facts that matter anymore, and this is how these grifters thrive. Another telltale sign of a grifter is a person that has ingrained themselves into a community and portrays themselves as an authority on the topic, but clearly has no knowledge of that topic. A famous example is the grifter Eric July, aka Young Rippa59, a YouTuber that has positioned himself as an authority on comic books. He uses
we were talking about this dude the other night.
this feigned authority to grift on the hatred of the MCU, and he famously flip-flopped on his like of Miles Morales when he realized he could grift on the racist hatred of a black Spider-Man.
The racist hatred of a black Spider-Man? You mean the Barack Obama of Spider-Man? Let's see, Raymond with the... Oh, God. We'll see what it is. And you generation with the 10, you Raymond. All right. There we go. But yeah, we'll see what it is.
Have a million spider folk, which doesn't make sense when you consider Peter's origin.
I define everybody that's not Peter Parker as an unoriginal Peter Parker.
Talking about Peter Darker.
Fun fact, Eric used to like the character, even saying he's more than just a black Peter Parker, but he changed his tune when he found out he could make more money pandering to racist comic book fans who hate Miles Morales.
You're just actively making shit up, ha ha ha.
Did you?
Am I a racist if I hate Spider-Man and I hate Miles Morales? Or does that just mean I have good taste? I think most Spider-Man related media is literally designed for...
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
Honestly. So, I mean, that's most comic book media in general. It's generally speaking fucking garbage.
You used to like him? Not judging or whatever. Just curious.
No.
Do you like Miles Morales then?
No. Yeah, some characters have been written decently that are of different races and have suited up in the suit of a hero or a version of that hero. One of the more obvious is Miles Morales' Spider-Man. Morales has his own background. This is far better than just simply making Peter Parker a black guy. But Miles is an exception, make no mistake. I define everybody that's not Peter Parker as an unoriginal Peter Parker.
Eric likes to criticize comic book media as being inaccurate to the source material, a topic we would actually agree on. The difference between he and I, however, is that Eric is very clearly a poser. A couple years ago, Eric had a debate with Bob from Organized Chaos. In that debate, Bob asked a relatively simple question that an actual comic book fan should have been able to answer.
Why, like, you've read Amazing Fantasy number 15, right?
Let's talk about, go back to Iceland. What about it are you asking? What specific,
wait. You've read Amazing Fantasy number 15, right?
Well, because Eric is a grifter and doesn't actually know what he's talking about, he proceeded to stall until someone in his chat provided the answer to Bob's question, and then, wouldn't you know it, Eric is suddenly answering the question as if he knew it all along.
What specific action are you asking pertaining to Iceland?
No, I'm gonna get stuck on this one. You've read Amazing Fantasy number 15, right?
Are you, what? Let's talk about Iceland. You just asked me a question. Let's quit moving the goalposts. What specifically about the Iceland book is pertaining to like an action that you're asking about his motivations?
Dude, have you read Amazing Fantasy number 15?
All right, this isn't a gotcha. Can you please answer the question pertaining to Iceland?
It kind of fucking is. You're talking about being a comic fan.
Can you please answer the question?
Holy shit, do you know what Amazing Fantasy 15 is?
There are plenty of people that don't.
Do you know what Amazing Fantasy?
You know what Amazing Fantasy 15 is? You should just say no, but I know what the inside of a woman feels like. Dunked! Holy shit, bro.
15 is.
There are plenty of people that don't know who Spider-Man is, dick shit.
That's the point. Grifters often do not know what they're talking about, and they rely on you not knowing they don't know. This is why Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers said Nike hiring Colin Kaepernick was the worst financial move they could make, only for Nike's stock price to immediately hit an all-time high after doing so. This is why the Critical Drinker said...
Oh my, that is not a fucking correlation, you fucking dunce. That had to do with the fucking cock-big 19 sneaker flipping market. Oh my god.
Modern movies that feature women beating men in a fight were unrealistic, while simultaneously saying Sarah Connor beating up men in Terminator 2 was realistic.
Sarah Connor was an awesome kick-ass fighter in Terminator 2, but the film never tries to pretend that she's bigger or stronger than the men around her. Instead, she uses weapons, the environment, surprise ambushes, threats, and hostage-taking to even the odds. And it works. You believe that she could actually accomplish the things she does, and the natural result is that you buy into her character more.
Only for her to do things like this.
And it works. You believe that she could actually accomplish the things she does, and the natural result is that you buy into her character more.
Sure, Dan.
How are these people
I would never like Terminator. I just want to go out on a record and say that. Terminator 2 was one of the most overrated, fucking boring snooze fest movies I've ever sat through. I don't understand why people glaze that shit so fucking hard.
Continuously getting away with saying obviously wrong things, you might ask? Well, because you let them. They're pushing the rhetoric you want, so it doesn't matter that basically everything they say fails a fact check. People like me are just part of the woke agenda, so everything I say about these people, even if it's right.
I watched it with my dad way back in the day, and I was completely unimpressed.
It's just leftist tears, jealous that these people have more subscribers than me.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's Editor Birdman here. I just had to appear on screen because that screenshot is really funny to me, because it's like, I've been going after CinemaSins for like just under 10 years, and their subscriber count like never came into the question for me. You know, they had like 8 million when I started, and now there's something like 9, just under 10 million. That's an impressive number. It's a huge number. But when I went after them, it was never like, oh, they have a lot of subscribers. That either is going to make me scared or make me jump at the opportunity to reach, 8 or 9 or 10 million people. So it's just weird to see people go, well, the Critical Drinker has 1 million or 2 million subscribers. That's why he's going after. Look, I'm going to throw up on the screen a tweet I made 3 years ago. I've been saying this about this dude for forever. So the video that I made on him literally wasn't that it was a trend or anything like that. It was, people were like, Birdman, where's the video? You keep promising the video. Make the fucking video. So I made the fucking video. There you go.
You want the real red pill? Well, this is it. People like Andrew Tate, the Critical Drinker, Nerdrotic, and Eric.
Did you really just say you're not a real man if you don't like Terminator? I just checked, and I was right. Bro, Terminator 2 is directed by James Cameron. Are you really gonna die on the hill that if you don't like a James Cameron movie, you're not a real man?
Nigga, you ain't funny. That's not true. Maybe you're just boring as fuck and lame as hell. Cause only lame niggas say that shit. Oh my god.
Yeah. James Cameron is one of the most woke political hacks in all of Hollywood. The dude is a fucking clown. Every single one of his movies is like literal, just blatant left-wing propaganda. So... The only good part about Titanic is the fucking meme of, like, be a woman, throw away generational wealth because you still couldn't get over the guy you slept with one time 80 years ago. That's like the only fucking good thing about Titanic. That and the naked scene. That's like the only things that are actually good about it. Yeah, exactly. 80 years, and she's still thinking about the guy she slept with one time and not her own family, and then throws away generational wealth. It's like insane. It's like women moment. Woman moment.
Lie are the ones keeping you in the matrix. They are the agents protecting the system. That system being the spiral of consuming misinformation that puts money in their pockets. Andrew Tate told you to your face that crypto is a scam and a way to exploit people like you.
Are you even alone sharing crypto? No, I'm never lost crypto. I just like crypto Twitter. Because crypto Twitter are full of the biggest degenerate losers on the planet. They're losers.
That's true.
Crypto is the only scenario I can think of where you can make a whole bunch of money while benefiting society zero.
But he has a crypto coin. Eric July pretends to be an expert.
Based. Dude, I have respect for people who scam crypto bros. You know? More power to you. Take every fucking penny from them.
On comic books, but doesn't know what a legacy character is.
What is a comic book division? Legacy character. What do you mean new legacy character?
You
Are talking
understand-
about knockoff versions? Is that what you're referring to?
Okay, so you understand what a legacy character is, right?
Yes, I'm asking you for clarification. Can you answer what the question I just had?
Well, I'm trying to understand how you are asking what a legacy character is. A legacy character is simply
I'm
a
saying,
character.
what do you mean by new legacy character? If they're a legacy character, like, it wouldn't be new.
What? No, legacy characters are characters that carry on the legacy. You understand that, right?
Yes, I understand that, but if it's a legacy character, the character itself has been there and it's ingrained in comic books, as you just said. So what do you mean new?
Who said something? Oh, bitch, you cooking?
And the brainwashing has worked because the sheer amount of people that just repeat things these people say has completely overrun the internet, and no one on that side seems to question the validity of these claims. We can't even have a Game Award show without this nonsense, where world premieres for highly anticipated franchises and companies are harangued with anti-woke rhetoric. Apparently, this woman is
Nah, Ciri's face was fucked up in the reveal trailer. They fixed it later. Thank God, because, you know, Ciri is my #1 Witcher babe.
too masculine for some. And I mean, what part of this woman is ugly?
What part of this woman is ugly? Well, well, well. First off, should we start with the racially ambiguous makeup? I mean, what the fuck even is it? Is she black? Is she Indian? Is she Asian? I don't fucking know. Second, she's bald. Third, those eyebrows are repulsive. And fourth, she has a fucking I don't need no man, boss babe attitude, which you can read based on the body language from just a 10-second clip. There's nothing attractive about this woman at all.
Is it the hair? You don't like the hairstyle? Is that what makes it woke?
What hairstyle? There is no hair. The only hair is on her fucking eyebrows.
Well then, you're going to have to explain why this masculine woman and this shaved head wasn't woke back.
They were woke. Dude, I hate this fucking strong... Dude, this is a fucking woke movie. This is a fucking woke movie. They're James Cameron fucking leftist slop. They were always fucking woke. It's just it was more subtle back in the day. Hollywood has always been left-wing propaganda to some degree. Very few fucking films exist that are not. Very fucking few. Like Star Wars is left-wing propaganda. The thing is it's subtle to a degree. I guess it depends. So, it's always been that way. But there's things called subtlety, which makes it more tolerable.
Because we all know how you love Sarah Connor and Ellen Ripley, now don't we?
I don't fucking like either one of these bitches. I hated Alien. It's one of the worst movies I've ever fucking seen in my life. And Terminator 2 damn near put me to sleep. So, these gotchas don't work on me. Plus, both of these bitches are ugly anyway.
It wasn't woke back then, because we all know how you love Sarah Connor and Ellen Ripley, now don't we?
I'm gay? Oh yeah, dude, these girls are so hot, bro. Wow. The 50-year-old fucking roided out chick and whatever the fuck that is, Megamind over here. Yeah, Megamind is looking real hot. My top 5 movies of all time? Shit, I don't fucking know off the top of my head. I can name 5 that I like a lot, but I'd have to like really think about that. Let me check. Let me check my movie library on Apple. I think I have most of the movies I like on there. I don't have all of them yet. Let's see. movies. This is tough. Like, I can't remember every single fucking movie I've ever seen. So, like, favorites? I mean, Gladiator obviously has to be in there. Lord of the Rings, I'm just going to count as one. Braveheart's probably in there, too. Passion of the Christ is in there. And then, I'm trying to think, what else? See, this is tough. It's hard to, like, I don't like doing, like, oh, what's your favorite whatever. I would throw in Revenge of the Sith, probably. I really like that movie, which I know it's not, like, objectively speaking, the greatest movie ever, but I like it. I don't know. I'm trying to think of other movies, too. The Aviator, that's another good one. That's a good movie. I've watched that one a bunch. I don't know. How many was that? Any Mel Gibson movie. But I don't know. I'd have to think. Oh, Zodiac. That's another really good movie. That's a good movie. I mean, that's not one of my favorites, but I do like that one. I'm not really the biggest Godfather fan, to be completely honest. I didn't think it was that great. Like, it's okay. I don't know. But yeah, that was about 5. But yeah, I would say my favorite movies to rewatch easily are, you know, Star Wars Episode 3, Lord of the Rings trilogy, Braveheart, and Gladiator. Those are like my go-to rewatch movies. And the other ones I named, you can kind of just slot in. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I'm not really a big movie fan, so... I'm not a big movie fan.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Raging Boar with the 5, you hate Alien, but you like Prometheus? No. I like the first half of Prometheus before it becomes an Alien movie. The first half of Prometheus is great. If the rest of the movie was like that, I would absolutely love it. But it ruins itself in the second half when it becomes an Alien movie. Do I have any other hobby besides gaming and collecting Pokemon cards? Not really. No. It's barely an alien. No, it turns into an alien movie at the very end. She literally gives birth to the alien. I wouldn't put The Dark Knight in like my top 5, but I really do like the Nolan Batman movies. I like all 3 of them. But I wouldn't put them in like my top 5. Bruh, so that's ruins it. Yeah, because they had like this awesome premise where it's like, oh, they're going to meet like the, you know, creators of humanity, blah, 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 and then it just turns into another shitty alien movie. It's like, oh, okay, cool. So none of the answers are going to be in here. It's just, oh, no, run away from alien. Wow. How exciting. Did I mention Prince of Egypt? That not in my list. I would rather watch that old cheesy 10 Commandments movie than Prince of Egypt, personally. Interstellar's good. I don't really think it's like a god tier movie, but I think it's entertaining. If you want another old cheesy movie that's actually kind of kino, that old 80s Excalibur movie is pretty good too. It's super fucking, like, it screams like 80s, you know, kind of low budget. I don't know. It has soul, I'll just say that, but yeah, it's pretty cheesy, but it's enjoyable. Not a big fan of anything? Yeah, I'm not. There's very little that I like. Yeah, the one with Liam Neeson and that bald guy from Star Trek. I don't remember his name. The British guy. Yeah, Patrick Stewart. Let me see. What other movies have I seen that I like? Oh, I like those Oceans movies. Those are pretty good. Those are decent. I mentioned Zodiac, right? The Nice Guys, that was a good movie. I like that one. Nothing's really jumping out. Oh, Blade Runner 1 and 2, those are both good. I don't think I mentioned those. But yeah, I don't watch a lot of movies. Any other Christopher Nolan movies? I'd have to look. The only ones I can think of right now are Interstellar and Batman. Oh, Inception I don't like. He did Shutter Island, right? If he did Shutter Island, I like that movie a lot, too. That was a cool movie. I like that one. Pulp Fiction sucks, and Quentin Tarantino is zog slop, white-hating filth. Fuck that guy. And fuck every single movie he's ever made. Nah, dude, we gotta leave them up on the screen because I was told that they were hot, dude, and I was lying, and I'm gay because I'm not attracted to fucking Megamind and a 50-year-old woman who's obviously taking roids. So, yeah. Dude, Inglourious Bastards is literally Jewish porn. People like Quentin Tarantino jerk off to that movie. I don't like that space. Oh, Interstellar. I thought Interstellar was pretty entertaining. It was at least unique. That's I'd never seen a movie like Interstellar before. So, it felt very new. At least to me. If Griff had a film channel... Oh, yeah, dude, I hate most movies. I absolutely despise the majority of movies. Is there anything in life you like? The second or the final word in the clip I'm about to play.
Give me monies!
Monies. But nah, most stuff I did used to enjoy, I don't like anymore, so... I can't turn my brain off to, like, you know, consume the slop anymore. I really can't. I've tried. You know? Don't like TV, don't like movies, don't like fucking anime, don't like music. I'm really starting to dislike video games in general, so... It is what it is, man. I tried. I can't bring myself to enjoy that stuff anymore. I didn't like The Last Nah, dude, The Last Samurai was so fucking gay. I'm sorry. That's literally the weeb fantasy movie. That's what, like, every weeb wishes they could fucking do, bro. It's like, just get a full immersion drop experience into Japan and, like, become a fucking samurai. Like, that, unironically, is, like, the first, live-action isekai anime, essentially. Holy fuck, bro. Yeah, nah. That was my dream? No. Dude, Kingdom of Heaven is a terrible movie. That's anti-Christian propaganda. Kingdom of Heaven is pure anti-Christian propaganda.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, and do you know why Gladiator was good? Do you know why Gladiator was actually good? Because Russell Crowe refused to follow Ridley Scott's script and, like, direction. Like, Russell Crowe apparently was, like, the de facto director of Gladiator. Like, he kept forcing Ridley Scott to change the movie because he thought it was shit. Which is actually kind of ironic. So, it's kind of like the Netflix Witcher scenario, where the only reason it was remotely good is because Henry Cavill was forcing them to actually, you know, follow the source material. And then once, you know, that was gone, it just went to shit. So, yeah, it's one of those scenarios. I thought the second season of The Witcher was way better than the first, personally. Because the first season was just about that ugly-ass Yennefer bitch. Do I like any of Martin Scorsese's movies? Yeah, some of them are good. Just depends on which one. I mean, I mentioned The Aviator earlier. I like that one. That's probably my favorite of his. Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street's good. Let's see. Mario with the 5. Bro, that Charlie Kirk video looks like absolute slop. It's on, yeah. This shit. The conservative death cult? I wish, bro. I wish. You know, bring on the death squads. I wish, you know, the right was everything they accused it of being. What war movie do I like? None. The good guys always lose. I don't like war movies typically. It's just usually people screaming with gunfire being spammed. Usually they're just annoying to watch. Saving Private Ryan was boring. Same with Black Hawk Down. Extremely boring. Whoa, dude, I'm behind cover and bullets are getting shot at me. Holy shit. Make sure to scream extra loud. Yeah, it's just annoying. I've never watched Top Gun. How is falling down Zogslop? It's literally criticism of capitalism. Wait till you learn what Marxism is. It's pretty easy. Wait till you find out who propagates Marxism. Nothing exciting happens in my life? What does that have to do with me liking a movie or not? Buying you a Christmas present has got to be the most hard. Well, the thing is, too, is I don't really want anything. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really get Christmas presents. My bullies? I was never bullied. Believe it or not, I actually got along with pretty much everybody in school. So, yeah, I was never bullied. I pretty much got along with everybody. I'm actually a pretty chill guy in person. So... You're just that guy. Yeah. I mean, I was friendly with pretty much everybody. From the theater kids to the Alpha Chads. Alpha Chad bullshit. But yeah, some of the theater kids, I should say. Most of them we called theers. You know, theater queers. But there was a few of them that were okay. Yeah, I don't really feel like bullying is a thing unless you're like a furry or something, you know? Did the blacks like... Yeah, dude, when I was in elementary school for a year, I went to like a majority black elementary school. I was one of 3 white guys in the entire grade. And yeah, I got along fine with everybody. I don't think Griff was cool with minorities, Jews, and gay. Well, there was only one gay person at my school, and yeah, I didn't like them. But nah, I actually was cool with all the minorities and Jews. So some of the funniest people I met in school were actually Jewish. Like one of the guys I knew literally taught me all of the fucking Jew jokes I knew. Of like, how do you get a Jewish girl's number? You roll up her sleeve and all this other shit, so. No, all the Jewish people I knew in school were pretty cool. They were normal. They weren't like, oy vey. Watch your mouth, goyim. Like, they weren't that type. So. I was the one gay, but that's right, dude. I hated myself. And I still do. I went to an all-Catholic No, I did not. I never went to a Catholic school. Yeah, I was political in school. So, yeah. Definitely. I got in trouble with my, shit. I think it was 5th grade social studies teacher because we were learning about the fucking, early 1900s and the progressives and the Great Depression and the Federal Reserve and all that other shit. And I was already kind of privy to those topics at the time, so yeah, that was kind of fun. I used to piss her off a ton because she was just just regurgitating the stuff from the textbook. So, yeah, that was fun. I got in trouble a couple times for contradicting her. But, yeah. And the same thing kind of happened in, I think, 7th grade as well. But I was like, the head of the middle school I went to really liked me. Like, it was kind of interesting because she had like her own English class. And she would like hand select students to be in like the class. And so, yeah, I was selected for that. So from the very beginning, I don't know, like she obviously liked me or something. And so I used to get in trouble all the time with the teachers and I would get sent. And she's like, oh, you're fine. You can just leave. So it's kind of nice. But yeah. Was she hot? No, she's like 70. Dude, all of my teachers were old. I never had young teachers. They were always old. But yeah, it was funny. Like, you know, my 8th grade homeroom teacher was the PE teacher, and she fucking hated me. Absolutely fucking hated me. It was funny as fuck, man. But yeah, I used to get sent all the time, and I would just say what happened. She's like, you can leave. I'm like, all right, cool. And I would just leave. So retarded. Yeah, because I remember, it was my, yeah, it was in, I forgot. Yeah, it was 8th grade. Like, my, math teacher was a fucking freak, dude. She was a fucking bitch. Because she was going on Weight Watchers, so she was always in a fucking mood because she was hungry all the time. And she, like, would get in your face and, like, tilt her head at, like, a 45-degree angle. And, like, she had nasty-ass fucking coffee breath. And she'd, like, get right in your face. And one day, like, she just snapped at, like, this one chick in our class who had, like, a literal a metabolism disorder. So she had to eat, like, every hour. She had to, like, eat, like, some chips or some pretzels or something because her body would literally start to digest itself because her metabolism was, like, so, like, hyperactive. And so because of that, she used to get fucking pissy because she'd see her eating chips and stuff in the class, and because she was on the diet, I guess it pissed her off because, you know, she couldn't eat that stuff. So she, like, fucking snapped or something. I don't remember exactly what was said, but I remember I interjected because at this point I already fucking hated that bitch. So any chance to, you know, anger her, I would take. And she, like, got right up in my face and goes, I really don't like you. And I said, well, I'm glad the feeling's mutual. And this fucking bitch literally pulled me out in the hall and said, you're gonna regret saying that to me. So then she goes and fucking snitches to the head of the middle school, which, again, this is the woman who, like, really liked me and had hand selected me for, like, her own personal class and shit like that. And, you know, she goes, like, I heard what happened. That's ridiculous. So then she said, just go talk to the dean of the school real quick. So I went to go talk to him, and he also really liked me a lot. We got along well. Plus, he was based as fuck. Like, he used to tell jokes in class, like, you know, how do Asian parents name their kids? They throw utensils down the stairs and shit like that. But, he goes, like, yeah, you need to write an apology or some shit like that. I'm like, okay. And so in my apology, I think I put, like, I'm sorry you were offended by the truth or some shit like that. And that was my apology. And I remember she went and bitched about it to the head of the middle school. And I got called in again, and she thought it was funny. So, yeah. Dude, that school was weird, honestly. But yeah, my 8th grade teachers were fucking terrible. Terrible, dude. What did I think of the girl I defended? I didn't really think she was hot or anything. I just wanted to fuck with my math teacher because I fucking hated her. Like, at this point, this was already deep into the school year, so no, I fucking hated that bitch. Like, we had a project called the Bisector Bear, where we had to solve, like, geometry equations in order to draw a bear on fucking graph paper. It was like the most retarded shit ever. And because one of my lines was slightly curved, she tried to give me a fucking D on the assignment. Which, again, I went and disputed. Like, one fucking line was slightly not straight, which, bro, I would not even be surprised if that fucking cunt changed it herself after I turned it in so she could take off points. Because that's the type of bitch she was. So, yeah, I remember that. So, yeah. The bisector bear. Fuck that bitch, bro. What was my best subject? Ironically, math. Math and history were always my best two topics. Yours was chemistry? Dude, my chemistry teacher was like methed out. Honestly. Holy shit. Like, she looked like she was addicted to meth. Like, she was always super fucking, like, pale and skinny. And she had, like, sores and shit on her. Like, I don't know. She bragged about knowing how to make meth on, like, the first fucking day of class. It's like, yeah, I can tell. It's like, she... You don't say. But yeah, I fucking hated chemistry. I didn't like that class at all. I had a teacher like that who tried anything to hold you back a grade, and that was my Spanish teacher. Yeah, I took French in high school, which I guess my French teacher was pretty funny. She was a believer in ancient aliens. She's an avid watcher of the show. So, but yeah, that was a pretty decent. She was pretty decent, I would say, overall. It was funny, though. That class was so worthless. It would always just divulge into us talking about ancient aliens for like 45 minutes. Ancient Aliens is fun. Yeah, she had a poster in the classroom of, like, the guy with the fucking crazy hair. I don't remember his name. But yeah, she had that up in the classroom, a picture of him. Yeah, and she was a big fan of the Da Vinci Code, too. I remember that. Many conversations about the Da Vinci Code. and subsequent movies. Yup, aliens. Alright, so let's see. What is this? I thought the Da Vinci Code was pretty entertaining. It's only really a good movie to watch like once every few years, though. It's not one of those that has a lot of replay value. What in the fuck is this? Alright, actually, before this plays, I gotta go take a shit real quick. I don't know if this video prompted it or not, but I will be back. AI slop, yep. Although, no, apparently it's not. I'll be back. Give me like a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, earlier today, I went and bought at the grocery store some, like, of those, like, you know, instant noodles or whatever. And they were literally called firework noodles. Because I was looking for something really spicy to, you know, soothe my throat and clear up my head. Well, it worked, but it eventually has to leave.
What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up?
Plus, on top of that, I put a shit ton of, like, little red chili flakes and shit in there, too. And cayenne pepper.
With it. Watch the video to the end, y'all. Check out what I got today, y'all. You see, I got my Everclear, y'all. I might drink some of it, but today I'm doing something different with this. I'm going to put the cheese on my spaghetti. And I'm going to put some Everclear on my spaghetti and light that motherfucker on fire. I'm going to try to melt that shit on my motherfucking spaghetti. Yeah. So, but check out what I got today. I got spaghetti, which soon is going to be cheesy spaghetti, with garlic bread, and 2 motherfucking peppers on the side of it. Yeah, look at that, y'all. They look good. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. Ooh-wee. All right, y'all. Before I get with this, let me see my grapes. Amen and amen. And before I do anything,
who do you think he prayed to?
Else, let me do my shout-outs, baby. Oh, shit. Oh, just a second. Let me do my shout-outs, y'all. Ooh-wee. And then we can get on with the motherfucking show. Oh, man. My first shout-out is to Valerie and Nathan from, what's this? Modesto, California. Today is their 28th anniversary of them being together.
I didn't even know you could buy 190 proof Everclear. That's pretty crazy. Jeez. I mean, I guess, I don't know.
My claim's so pretty. Yeah, shoot. So yeah, Valerie and Nathan, congratulations on the 28th anniversary. I hope you get 28 more years and more and more and more after that. Happy anniversary, happy anniversary. And thank you for watching. I really, really do. I appreciate it, and I love y'all for it. My next shout out is to, what's that?
I've never shopped for fucking, for grain alcohol, personally. But, you know, I'm not a malt liquor enjoyer.
Zim Green. Zim Grind. I appreciate Zim Grind for watching me. I really, really do. Don't you ever stop. My next shout out to Amber Joy. I appreciate Amber Joy for watching me. I really, really do. Don't you ever stop. My next shout out is to Johnny. Happy birthday, Johnny. I appreciate you watching me, Johnny. Don't you ever stop. You know, the hot breath. And once again, happy anniversary. Valerie and Nathan. Did I get that right? Is that right? Look at the picture. Oh, yeah, I'm hungry too. Shoot, boy. I already said my prayer, didn't I? I said my prayer, shit. But yeah, so what we gonna do here? Oh, shit. We gonna put this garlic bread to the side. We gonna put these peppers to the side. For now. Because right now they're in my way.
What the fuck is
now I want this shit in my way. I'm gonna give this spaghetti, y'all. Oh, shit. We're gonna put that right there.
Is this a mukbang channel?
Yeah, with the cheese on here, baby. Let's see if I can get this shit in the milk. If I set the shit on fire. You say, Tony, what the fuck are you doing, man? I'm doing what I do, baby. Yeah, baby. So I got my spray bottle. I might need a little bit more Everclear in here. I think I got enough. I report some in here. So I got the Everclear. So I think that's enough. I don't need for that no more. But yeah, so we're gonna just spray it down, baby. Spray it down, baby. Yeah, baby. Look at that, y'all. I'm gonna get drunk in this motherfucker spaghetti. Yeah, I know. Shit. I wasn't gonna do no more Everclear video. I really wasn't. I've been having big demands for you motherfuckers. You know, shit. So I do a couple more. I do some more, then I'm done with the shit. Maybe. Maybe not, I don't know shit. Alright, let's see what happens now. Let's turn this motherfucking light off. And I want y'all to see it. I want you to see the flame, baby. Look at that, y'all. Look at that. Look good, baby. Look at that, y'all. Baby, 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 look at that, man. Look at that. Look at that shit, boy. Look at that. You gotta see it. Now it went down. It went down. So shit. He motherfucking controls me stuff, shit. We're gonna spray some more in here because we got melted motherfucking cheese, y'all. We got melted shit, right? Yeah.
Oh my god.
We got the melted motherfucking cheese, baby.
This is late stage capitalism at its finest. It's like, hold on, wait. Let me see if I can find it. Dude, there's like that meme of like the black woman who's like, you know, laying down flat on her back with the breathing tubes, and it's like a bunch of people standing underneath her, lifting her up, and it says late stage capitalism is like the caption. Shit, I don't know if I can find it. But yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking at here.
What you call this shit when you set shit on fire? You know, I be seeing these shells, they be cooking, they put some shit in there, and then it catches on fire. What you call this shit? Let me know in the comment section. I used to know, I forgot. But this is my...
The fact that he has 2 fridges in this close of proximity should tell you everything you need to know. And then that looks like a fucking standalone freezer, too. How much fucking food does he have in his house?
Flaming. This is what I call my flaming spaghetti. You know what I'm saying, man? This is my flaming motherfucking spaghetti. Look at that, y'all. It's melted, baby. It's melted. Look at that, y'all. Ooh, melt, baby. The roof is on. No, the spaghetti. The spaghetti is on fire. We don't need no, let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn. Oh, shit. All right, y'all. I think that did shit. You see. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that, y'all. Shit, now it's time to eat, motherfucker. But you know what? Before I eat shit, I need a motherfucking drink. I need a fucking drink. So today, I got me some Sunny D.
Oh, my God.
Shit. Oh, come on, open up, man. Shit. Damn. How you open this motherfucker, man? Shit. Damn. Shit. Now you open this bitch. Damn. Shit, won't you open now? Fuck.
It's got a little tab on the side.
The fuck, man? I don't see no damn tab. Shit.
You pull it? Is that it?
No. Oh, shit. Hold on, y'all. Let me pause this motherfucker real quick. I open this motherfucker. I don't beg y'all. The motherfucker went open. Shit. I said, damn. Shit, I had to get that motherfucker open, man. Shit. We're gonna put a Sunny D in this motherfucker. Ooh, she just, what's this? This is Sunny, what's it, orange juice strawberry. See that, y'all? Sunny D orange juice strawberry. Oh, man, shit. We're gonna put them big over there.
So natural, so healthy.
Let's see what it tastes like. Ah, shit. I never had Sunny D. Strawberry, no, what the fuck it is. It's my first time trying this shit. The only Sunny D I had was orange shit. Ooh, shit, boy. So yeah, we're gonna put that in now. Ooh, shit, boy. Look at that, y'all. We're gonna, ooh. Is it funny? Let's see, baby. Oh, motherfucker. Look at that, y'all. Look at that. Look at that shit. Let me try this spaghetti. Why they burn it? Let me try this motherfucker.
The decadent West.
Look at this shit.
Oh my God, bro.
Man. That's some good shit, y'all. That's some good shit, boy. See, this is a metal straw. That motherfucker hot, too. I felt that motherfucker. When I touched that damn straw, that shit kind of, they didn't really burn my hand, but that shit was warm. Okay. Ah, shit. Oh, yeah. Let me get my 2 motherfucking pepper back and my garlic bread. Shit. Because now it's time to eat, but I be my friend. I melt my cheese on my spaghetti. And now, this spaghetti get me drunk, boy. Because I put a lot, I sprayed that shit with a lot of crap into there. Oh, shit.
Well, what are you supposed to talk
Ugh. I hate watching people eat.
No, boy.
Disgusting.
Get some good shit, boy. I found this shit already. Yeah, I'm a motherfucker. Why you bullshit? Oh, shit. So y'all know what day it is, don't you? Today is Wednesday, baby. And you know what I do every Wednesday? I read a motherfucking book. And the day book is, it's a lying. It's a book about lying. So here you go. I'll read this motherfucker pretty soon. Now, I don't know.
His reading material is children's books.
I'm taking pretty soon, so I get my finish this. But you know.
Maybe the statistics were true after all. Oh my God.
I'm gonna give one more shout out. Sloppa. I went to the liquor store today. I ran into someone who knew me. I was standing behind him. Like this. Knew you buying, so I don't know what he buying. But I was buying the other clear some other shit, right? And Freddie said kind of low. He said, that's the pepper man, or something like that. I said, man, I just said 2 motherfucking pepper. He said, oh yeah, he said, oh yeah, I watch the video, and you know, like keep doing what you're doing, man, you know. We can do a little fist bump and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know his name, but you know who I'm talking about. If you're watching tonight, I'm gonna give a shout out to you. I appreciate you watching. Don't you ever stop playing. Shoot.
Real recognizes real. Oh my god, bro.
Man.
Dude, that's like enough spaghetti for 3 people. That's insane.
I can taste that other spaghetti.
But the double refrigerator and extra standalone fridge, I think, explains a lot.
Boy, that's that shit, boy. That's some good shit, boy. Ooh, boy, you ever got drunk eating spaghetti? I mean, shit, boy. I ain't gonna like putting alcohol on, well, spraying alcohol on the spaghetti. But I never would have thought that shit would taste good with that shit. If you look at my thumbnail looks different, you know. I didn't the spaghetti I used my thumbnail. It wasn't a spaghetti sauce and meat and all that shit. You'll get some noodles and cheese. It ain't really clickbait, but you know, I just. Ooh, good boy.
Dude, at this point, the salad would do more harm than good. Like, if you're already eating that much food, you should not eat a salad. You should not eat anything in addition to that. Like, even a vegetable would hurt you. Because most likely it'd be coated in butter or cheese anyway. Or in the case of a salad, you know, dressing.
Man, this bread is chewy, boy. Huh? It's garlic bread, chewy, motherfucker. It's good, it's chewy, man. Damn, boy.
Jesus,
man, boy.
Bro.
Chewy ass motherfucking bread. Oh, shit, boy. Ooh, I'm getting full, too. Oh, hey, bullshit. I think I put too much spaghetti on my motherfucking plate. Shit, boy.
Here, let's go to the read. Hold on, let's see.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I'm full, y'all. Hang on, boy. We're gonna put it over there for now. Ooh, that was good. I ain't bullshit.
Skip to the
shit.
reading.
Ooh, shit. So let me get my glasses on. Because I've been eating alcohol, I've been drinking alcohol. Be weird, they gonna look like to me. So the book is called, huh? I'm still gonna read the book, y'all. I'm still gonna read the book. Oh, the book said Lion. A children's book about Lion. That's what they would say. Ooh, shit. All right. Oh, shit. All right. This book is about Katie. You understand? Okay, so this book is about Katie. Motherfucking Katie. Reading about Katie to help your motherfucking ass understand the deal with Lion. So we get to read about motherfucking Katie. And said, and the monster jumped out. This is really not a good book. I don't know, this is not a good book. And then the monster just jumped out. And she said, go. See, I don't know, this would say. It's some bullshit, but you know, I'm gonna read it.
Fuck is this shit?
She said, did you really see a motherfucking monster jump out?
Yeah, this is very confusing, bro. Very confusing.
He said, of course I did. He said, I was telling you the story for the fuck, man. He said, yeah, he saw the motherfucking monster. And she said, motherfucker, when? Shit. He said, this phase that ghosts are not real. I thought they were real. I didn't mean to tell you something that wasn't not true. I think ghosts are real scary. This book, sometimes you might say something. Oh man, I don't like this book, man. This book here. You see, sometimes you might purposely tell someone something that is not motherfucking true. When you do this, you are not telling a fantasy. You are not making no motherfucking mistake. You are motherfucking lying. Lying is trying to make someone believe something that's not motherfucking true. It is motherfucking deceiving or fooling someone on motherfucking purpose. I think I tell your mom I'm motherfucking sick, so she would pay more attention to my motherfucking ass.
Oh my god.
You don't look very sick to me. You know, I am sick, motherfucker. I don't gotta look sick to be sick. I'm sick as a motherfucker. Lying is not a good thing to do. When you lie, you disappoint others. Like, motherfucker, he's gotta be disappointed. I don't give a fuck if you disappoint. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all that shit. You call people to wonder if you ever tell the truth. I mean, come on. Who really tell the motherfucking truth? I mean, everybody lie about something, right? You call people to stop trusting you. I mean, do anybody really trust anybody? I mean, they, huh? Do anybody really trust anybody? You trust me? It depends. No, you don't motherfucking trust me. Because if you have someone do they trust you and they say, it just depends, they don't trust your motherfucking ass. That's exactly what I mean. You don't look sick, and you don't have a temperature. Motherfucker, he tells you the motherfucking truth, and you really sick motherfucker.
God.
Say he shit. Oh, shit. People who do not trust. It's the, Tony, yo, man. So, y'all, I'm gonna sign this motherfucker. Oh, shit.
He's gonna sign it?
Tony, yo, man. Tony, yo, man.
Oh, I want to see
What's
the
the day? Today is what? The 10th? Oh, it's the 29th. What's this? What year is this? 25 or 26? 2025. All right, y'all. I'm putting this motherfucker on eBay for $30. I done sold some books already, y'all believe it or not. People don't bought the motherfuckers, y'all.
Oh my god.
And the ones who bought them, I appreciate it. I really, really do. You know, like I said, the books ain't worth no $30 motherfucking.
That's his signature? You just wrote your name.
Just help me to support my channel. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? So I signed the motherfucker. I dated it. I'm gonna put it on eBay. Sometimes I take a while to put this on eBay because I might be so busy, you know. But it's gonna be there soon. So yeah, I just be doing shit. You know, shit. I just got shit to do. You know, this shit. You know.
I don't know how old this is. 1 month ago.
Oh, sometimes I just want to live and just scratch my nuts, you know. Still, I'm doing something. Like, you know,
I'm so confused, man. I had no fucking idea.
I don't feel like doing nothing but scratch my motherfucking nuts, you know. You said busy doing what? Scratch my motherfucking nuts, you know, shit. Oh shit. Oh, that shit strong, boy. Oh shit. Alright, y'all. Until next time, baby. Until next time. Subscribe, baby. Subscribe. Like, share, comment, and all that bullshit. Yeah, baby.
That was definitely something. That was definitely something. Alright, we'll see what this is, but I'm not making any promise. This looks like independent viewing material. What?
Hey everyone, it's Adam, back with the PS5 6. Since my last video, my focus has been almost entirely on finishing a new set of prototypes, which I just placed the order for a few days ago. I don't have them in my hands yet, so I'm taking this time to cover some things that I missed in the last video. In this one, I'm going to show you how to order the most recent prototype from the manufacturer, and then I'll give a quick preview of the board installation process, and while I'm doing that, I'll answer some of the questions from the last video. Alright.
Why?
Let's dive in. I'll start by showing how to order my board, and there are two ways to do this. The first is to wait until the board is finished and just order one from me. I plan to offer a couple different variations depending on whether people want to do some soldering and firmware flashing themselves.
This is like sending a video on how to make artisan cheese. What?
Form on my website where you can subscribe to be notified when it's available, and I'll work out the details over the next few weeks. The other ordering options are provided by the PCB manufacturer that I use. I'll walk you through these options now. Just be aware they all require some hands-on work after assembly, and you'll still need to solder a few components and flash firmware. So what you see here is the Easy EDA editor that I use to create this board. And you can find this page linked below and on the GitHub page for this project. If you want to order just this PCB without components, then click on this fabrication tab and download the Gerber file. If you also want to order the components and have the manufacturer place them, then you'll also need the bill of materials and the pick.
Dude, I don't fucking get it.
I
really don't get it.
And these three files are also stored on the project's GitHub page. And now that those files are downloaded, you can go to this company's manufacturing site, JLC PCB. And I'm thrilled to say they sponsored this video. So a big thanks to them for helping fund my prototypes. Their site is the first link in the description below. And once you get there, you click on Order Now, click the big Add Gerber order. If you want full assembly though, there's a few more steps. Down at the bottom of the page, you'll find the assembly button. Tap this, and then you can choose either the economic service to have them place components on just one side, or you can choose standard and have them place both sides. And from there, you'll go through a few pages to verify the PCB, and then it'll ask you to add the other two files that you downloaded. The next page will list all the components and show whether the company has them stocked. And as of this moment, they're all available, but I expect that to change over time. Then it'll visualize the component placement and allow you to make corrections as needed. You'll notice that the power and USB connectors and the joystick contact pads aren't present, and that's because you have
What the fuck is the point of this?
to order them separately and solder them manually. And I have links to those too on the GitHub page. Like I said in the last video, this board is not yet ready to ship. I just now ordered a new prototype, so be aware that I made hundreds of changes to this board since the last one, and there could be mistakes that I have to correct manually when I get them. And now let's move on to assembly. I'm just doing a quick preview of the process, and I'll make a more detailed guide once the board design is done. So let's start by looking at the shell, and this one's already disassembled. So this board is compatible with only the original PSP 1000 models, and that can be the 1001, 1002, etc., as long as it isn't the E1000. I've tried a bunch of
I don't know why we're building a PSP.
different 1000 series cases, and so far they all work.
I have
it does
no
not work with the
fucking
2000 and
clue.
3000 models, and I don't have any plans to make a board for those different ones. I also don't have any plans to make a board for the PS Vita. Alright, let's build this. Assembly starts with the headphone board, which will either be included with the kit or to be an optional addition on my website. It pops into basically the same position as the original PSP one and gets held down with some screws. This one you're looking at is the very first headphone prototype for this, which was carried over from PSP 5, and the connection is made using these 6 wires. The new prototype gets rid of these wires and uses spring pins to make contact, and if testing goes well, that's what I'll do on the final board. And now the PSP board itself goes into the case. So this board requires absolutely no case modification. I understand that people might want to swap this board into a PSP that still works, so I made this mod to be entirely reversible in case you decide to go back to stock. And that's one of the reasons this uses mini USB instead of USB-C. Once the board is in place, you'll hook up all the wires, including the barrel jack, the 24-pin FPC cable that's on the right, and the speakers. It has screw holes that match the ones on the original PSP board, and I'm putting one screw in to hold the board in place. Now the D-pad goes on, and the 10-pin FPC goes into the connector on the left. And now the LCD bracket gets installed, and some more screws go into place, but don't get fully tightened just yet. Before tightening them down, you want to check alignment in one area of the board. The joystick pads protrude a bit and need to be fairly well centered in this area to keep them from contacting the metal bracket. Once that's checked, the screws can be tightened
Yeah,
down.
you gotta make sure,
also,
man.
while we're on the subject of joysticks, this board is able to connect.
It's crucial.
2 of them. There are 2 pads in the middle of the board labeled RX and RY, and those are for the second joystick. As for where a second joystick would go, I'm not sure, but this is one of the most requested features, and it costs me nothing to add, other than a little bit of time writing the code for it, so it's something that I added. And now it's time to install the LCD. And we start by inserting the cable into this 40-pin FPC connector. The LCD is aftermarket, and I have a link on the project's GitHub page if you want to check it out. I tried using the original LCD a few years ago when the Pi Zero first came out, but I had some issues getting the timings to work reliably. I could probably get it to work on the board today, but at this point, I think it'll be a step backward because this new LCD looks so good, and it isn't very expensive. And
I can put on an autistic finance video for sure, but the emphasis on that first word.
And this new one has about 3 times the number of pixels. And once the LCD is installed, it's time to install the cover with the original screws. And now it's time to install the Raspberry Pi. If you're using the Pi Zero or Pi Zero 2, then it plugs directly into the connector on the board, and there's 2 posts that keep it in place. The USB connection isn't available on this 40-pin header, so if you stop here, then you'll have to plug USB devices into the micro USB port directly on the Pi if you want to use like a keyboard or a flash drive. It's pretty easy to access, so this isn't really a big issue, but it is also possible to bring USB data through the mini USB connector. To do that, you just have to solder 2 wires from these 2 pads on the Pi to these 2 pads on my board. I was trying to find a way to do this without soldering, but it would take multiple different connectors to adapt it, and I decided that soldering the wires was the best way to go for now. If you're using the compute module and carrier board, things are a little different. The CM4 goes into the carrier first, and then the carrier plugs into that 40-pin header. If you've used the CM4, you probably know these things produce a ton of heat, so I'm also putting this 2mm thermal pad to dump that heat into my board. I've done lots of stress tests, and this thing is able to keep the CM4 at or below 60 Celsius, well
Yeah, I've heard that's a really big problem with those.
under the point where it starts to throttle. I'm using the PSP's built-in Wi-Fi antenna, so this is when I connect it to the compute module, and now the compute module gets mounted. The carrier mounts to those same 2 posts, but unlike the Pi Zero, the USB data pins are actually routed through this 40-pin header on this one. And finally, this does not use the stock PSP battery. Instead, I'm using a 2 amp hour turn-energy battery that lasts somewhere around 4 to 8 hours on the Pi Zero, and 2 to 4 hours when using the compute module, depending on what you're doing and how bright the screen is. I included this 2mm JST connector on the board, and it's compatible with lots of different LiPo batteries, but just make sure that your pinout isn't backward. The battery charges using either the barrel jack or the mini USB connector, but the mini USB connector typically gives a better charge rate. You can also go crazy and use both of them at the same time if you want. Just make sure the power's coming from the same source. This mini USB connector also powers external devices, such as USB flash drives and keyboards. So that covers the assembly, and you may be asking what's next. The new boards are on the way to me, and will probably be here in a week or 2, and once I get them, I have a lot of work to do, testing, modifying, and shipping some of them out for reviews and stress tests. A few of those boards don't have a destination quite yet, so let me know below what you think I should do with the extras. Alright, I think I covered most of the comments and questions. There were also quite a few comments about the usefulness of a mod like this, since a working PSP can emulate games pretty well. Some of those comments were constructive, and others were not. I'll just say that people have different passions, and mine is pushing my own limits and trying to learn more, and this project's perfect for that, so I'm going to obsess over it until it's perfect. Also, this project isn't necessarily about gaming, at least for me, and I probably spend more time coding on this than I do gaming. I even added a real-time clock to this latest prototype, because I plan to use this as a portable Linux system, and I expect some other people to do the same. I do recognize that gaming is what brings people into this project, though. So that's it for now. You can follow along with the progress on Discord if you want constant updates.
Wow. I don't know why we watched that. Genuinely. That is like the definition of independent viewing. No, I would rather buy this over building my own PSP. I would rather just get one of these.
Nintendo never made this handheld. This is the AYN Thor, a dual-screen Android device that looks straight out of the future. Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chip, OLED displays,
Why wouldn't you just use this?
and full-speed emulation from NES to 3DS all the way up to Nintendo Switch. It's compact, fast, and ridiculously fun to play. Would you pick this over a 3DS? Let me know. Nintendo never...
I'm gonna get one of these eventually, but, you know, only after my broke ass can afford it.
made this...
I'm poor. But yeah, I would just rather get that. $4.29, very yeah, it's not expensive, but I got mouths to feed. Think of El Paulo. That's right. I got to go pay his vet bill today, so there goes my monies. Raymond deleted his crash out stream. Which one? There's been several, from my understanding. It was like a week ago he went crazy. Oh, God. Yeah, I didn't see that. Gee, what's that like? Oh my God, man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really... I mean, if maybe one of the titles jumps out at me, but I doubt it. I don't know, dude. He's just kind of like... It's just kind of depressing, honestly. Being hot is a job requirement. Tale of two female founders. They have no idea what's going to happen. Dude. I don't know. I just like... I don't know if I can do it. Yeah, there's nothing that's really grabbing my attention. Saddest lolcow. Dude, it's just like, you can watch him for a little while, but then it's just like, bro, it's kind of depressing. Oh, PK, did you hear that, well, I guess you did, yeah. Apparently Melanie Mack and the Quartering are going to meet up at the, Turning Point USA event, and they're going to bang. They're both getting there early to meet up with each other. You know what that means. Extramarital sex. Everyone knows that these conservative, events are literally just places that people go to fuck. Which actually is the case. Because I remember there was some girl drama on Twitter, and apparently they were talking about how, all these bitches were getting piped down at Turning Point USA, so... It's not looking good, bruv. Would you smash? Maybe. Yeah, we already watched that. Dude, I don't see anything I want to watch. Did Creamcast upload today? Does it suck? Dude, who fucking cares? Alright, we'll watch. No, that's old.
Hey there, gamers. DreamCastGuy here.
Here, we'll do
Hey there, gamers.
this.
DreamCastGuy here. Today we're talking about the Game Awards. Like, technically, the Game Awards happens now in 10 days. It happens on the 11th. But there have been some teasers posted by Geoff Keighley himself, Mr. Game Awards. But the teaser...
Yeah, and nobody cares about them. Like, how many views? 14,000 views? Yeah, I mean, that's not, like, out of the ordinary for his channel. It's, like, the least talked about, like, deliberate publicity stunt of all time.
teaser itself has people incredibly confused. It's a statue in the middle of the desert. People have actually gone to it. But let's talk about this teaser because people are going to war about what it is and what it isn't. Is it Diablo? Is it God of War? Is it Elder Scrolls? Let's get into it because I honestly have a theory. Let's start. Hi, hope you're having a great day. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. So there have been a bunch of people talking about this all day, but I've been in meetings since 9 a.m., but I'm finally free to talk about this, and it's been driving me nuts. But this is the picture itself. I want to start.
Wait, hold on.
Since like and subscribe if you haven't already. So there have been a bunch of people talking about this all day, but I've been in meetings since 9 a.m., but I'm finally free to talk about
meetings? Did he finally get a job? Did he finally get a job?
This, and it's been driving me nuts, but this is the picture itself. I want to start. So when we first saw it, we got this strange out of context photograph that says regal inspiring thickness. Now, if anybody ever played Dot Hack, am I the only person that ever played the Dot Hack games? This made me think of that immediately. In the Dot Hack games, you actually basically go to new maps by putting in these special keywords, and they all work a lot like this. But the picture itself was followed by GPS coordinates, a spot, and a person went there. Somebody actually happened to live in the area, and when they went there were actually Game Awards guards guarding this strange statue. People were allowed to walk up to it. You can see some of the employees around it off to the side and stuff. It's smoking. It's cool. Now, when this first came out, the leaker Jez Corden, who has pretty much lost all credibility at this point, but he put
that is accurate.
Himself out there and said, this is just Diablo. It's a big...
I love that, like, dude, I love that that's, like, the one person DreamCastGuy just fucking takes shots at, you know?
Statue dedicated to the next Diablo expansion. And at the first part, people were like, man, that's so not cool, right? I like Diablo. Got a big Diablo tattoo, but look at this big gate. Look at this mysterious...
Oh, my God.
I mean, yeah, it looks very, very Diablo, but even as a Diablo super fan, as much as I'm going to play the new expansion, that's not exactly tease-worthy. That's not exactly epic. Look at all the expansions. Definitely Diablo. God, I hope it's not Diablo. Look at that. This would be a Doom teaser. That would be the saddest stuff ever. But what's funny is that there's a lot of different symbology. Some of the stuff in here looks like it's directly from Elder Scrolls lore. A lot of the stuff with their ancient gods, which are called the Daedric. There's some stuff like the dragon, honestly, does look like...
That looks like a T-Rex.
Like something straight out of God of War. There is also a lot of rumors that the next God of War project may be going to Egypt. Again, stuff like that I feel like is super interesting. Shout out to...
Yeah, that looks nothing like Egypt.
Geoff. Why am I pronouncing his name like that? Shout out to Geoff for the way he hypes up the Game Awards, because he's literally got the entire timeline like this. Listen, pal, I might be the odd one out here, but it better be Half-Life 3. It's a tease. I'll give him that. Half-Life...
Do you guys think it's Kojima's fucking slop horror game that he's making with Hunter Schafer?
Half-Life 3, Saros.
It's going to be a body horror game, and what better star for body horror than Hunter Schafer?
It does look like, from the screenshots we have of Saros, it does kind of look like that weird haunted planet that Saros takes place on. But here's the thing. Just about an hour ago, Jason Schreier said Jez Corden is wrong. He went out there and specifically said on Reset Era, Jez Corden is wrong. It is not teasing Diablo. But he said what it's actually teasing is very good, and I'm not going to reveal it. I'm not going to tell you because it ruins an actually good surprise. And a lot of people are like, okay, does it make sense that Geoff would be part of such a big tease if it relates to Xbox? I expect it to be something Sony related. Oh my God, so this is credible this time. They pull me back in. Please be God of War. I'm in the spot where I do hope it's a God of War reveal more than anything else. I'm currently...
What the fuck does that have to do with God of War?
In that base camp, right? Lords of the Fallen 2. Anybody that still believes Jez, LOL. Of course, Jez is a dumb liar. Every person is straight up just saying Jez is a liar, Jez is a liar. Now, here's what's interesting. People discovered that the statue lights up at night. Somebody happened to be near this strange statue at night. Look at this. This is why, even though I hope it's God of War, I'm still thinking it's Saros, just because a lot of the Saros art, much like Returnal, had this interesting glowy tentacle effect to it. I do think that it is probably going to end up being Saros, right? I don't currently plan on reporting this. Sorry, but it's a good one. Look at this. Getting me back on the God of War train after thinking it was Diablo. Oh my gosh, look at this. Announce God of War and my life is yours. People are putting like Bloodborne copium. I'm calling Elder Scrolls. Hammerfell is a desert, Mesopotamia-like area, Daedric-like creatures, and the Eldritch Eye. There has been talks that Elder Scrolls 6 is going back to Hammerfell. That tiny teaser trailer we got of Elder Scrolls 6 was flying over Hammerfell, which is where one of the early Elder Scrolls games took place, right? I think it'd be interesting to sort of go back for the next sequel and sort of re-explore it. That to me,
Dude, I don't think they're going to say anything about Elder Scrolls 6. Didn't Todd Howard literally just come out and talk about Elder Scrolls 6 and say that it's still way off? I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah, Elder Scrolls 6 fans temper expectations over new teaser. Let's see. I'm trying to... There was something recent that was just like, talked about. Yeah, this was it. This was it.
Hope no one is holding their breath for Elder Scrolls 6. Miyamoto discusses stepping back from Mario, and Predator Badlands is off to a video games in the world won't be out for some time yet, despite being announced over 7 years ago. In an interview with GQ magazine to celebrate the release of Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition, Bethesda's Todd Howard said the Elder Scrolls 6 is still a long way off. He added, "I'm preaching patience. I don't want fans to feel anxious." Skyrim was released on November 11th, 2011, and the Elder...
Yeah, I'm preaching patience. That means it's not. It's not Elder Scrolls.
I just want this trailer to be actually good and actually more than just CGI. I want to see.
That was 3 weeks ago, by the way. So, yeah.
Actual gameplay of it. Jason Schreier, the statue, is not a Diablo 4 expansion, so the plot officially thickens. It's just one big statue. Jez Corden never reports anything correctly. I am crying. You know what? I'm going to be a hater, and I'm going to like that tweet. That's funny. Look at this. Darksiders. I do think Darksiders is another very good hint, but even as a person that's liked all the Darksiders games, I'm not
Darksiders I could maybe see, but I don't know about all the animals. That doesn't really fit.
sure I really, really miss that and want it to come back. A lot of people are saying, though, it's probably something new published by Sony, something new from Software published by Sony. There is talks that Sony, now that they have, like, what is it, a 1% stake in the parent company or a 20% stake in the parent company of From Software, maybe they're going to get a From Software exclusive. Here is my guess. It's worth mentioning that Jason Schreier is one of the few insiders that actually knows what Cory Balrog's new game is. Now, Cory Balrog, obviously the director of God of War 2018, and I think that's fantastic. He actually worked a lot on a lot of the God of War games and then took the lead for 2018. Now, personally, I do like Ragnarok slightly better. I still like, honestly, I think the themes, the world, the art is obviously a lot better in Ragnarok than 2018. But Cory Balrog...
Wrong.
...is definitely very talented.
God of War 2018 is much better than Ragnarok. Like... Ragnarok is genuinely fucking bad. You know, 2018, not the best, but definitely better than Ragnarok.
And he kept posting, never heard of it, never heard of it, never heard of it. He's claiming that he's trying to basically say, what we're working on is so top secret, so crazy undercover, but when you see it, it's going to blow your mind. And I'm curious because Cory Balrog...
I doubt that.
When he zips his lips and he's head down, that's when he releases the games that blow the minds the most. If Cory Balrog's next game is what we're getting the reveal for, especially if it's new...
yeah, both games are overrated, but God of War 2018 I feel like is better than Ragnarok, personally.
A new Sony IP, that to me is the most interesting. I think that, my problem with PlayStation right now is two separate things. One, I feel like they're way too far apart with a lot of their releases. I feel like they're just it takes like 5 years, you get like one game every 18 months. Way too long between actually good PlayStation exclusives. But the other part of it is that PlayStation is terrified of new IP. You can hate on Xbox all day long.
That is
Xbox
true.
screws stuff up constantly. You can hate on Nintendo all day long.
What the fuck happened to the speed?
But at least they're making new IP. Avowed sucked, but that's a completely new game. Every single year, Nintendo was releasing weird stuff like snipper clips or bringing back Kirby Air Riders, I give them props that at least they're trying to innovate, where Sony is so obsessed with established classic brands.
And the new IPs that they did produce were fucking dog shit like Concord.
I hope Cory Balrog's game is something radically different. I hope it is something like Sorrow, something totally new that's going to get us excited about PlayStation. I will say...
What the fuck is new about Sorrows? It's literally Returnal, but with an Indian man.
That if it does just turn out to be Sorrows, I'm very, very happy. If it turns out to just be some sort of expansion for God of War...
It wouldn't be a surprise if it's Sorrows.
Again, I'd be very, very happy. But my current bet, I'm still on the train that it's a new IP. But what do you guys think? Elder Scrolls, Diablo, or something else? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. By the way, I just put up a video with 10 games this year that I hated the most. Go watch that, right? All right, I love you very much. Oh my god, those meetings were long as hell.
Yeah, Sorrows. Indeed. I wanted to watch the cutscene. I guess we could just watch a review for it, because technically they're out. Let's see. Watch dude, why is IGN putting out 20-minute reviews? Dog, I don't want to watch a 20-minute IGN review, but it's only media outlets that have released it. So, yeah, we're gonna have to watch IGN.
Metroid Prime 4 Beyond tries to be so many different things. There were moments where I thought it might be the strongest Prime since the very first, and others where it felt like the weakest. An outdated open-world hub connects breathtaking areas that brilliantly revisit the classic first-person...
That's exactly what I thought. Who was it in here who was like, oh, I don't want it to be open world. I don't want it to be open world. I called it. I fucking knew it. The bike section is a hub area that connects the different sections of the game. I literally fucking called that shit multiple fucking times. I knew it.
Exploration and lock-on shooting the series is known for. Talkative companions drop a few...
It is not open world.
Too many hints and one-liners, but they're redeemed by some memorable story moments and mostly charming personalities that even a crotchety Metroid fan like me warmed up to in the end.
Look, she's doing more ball.
And thankfully, Retro Studios still mostly understands it's important to give Samus her alone time, with a relieving amount of exploration in total isolation. While some of what it attempts just doesn't work, far more of it does, resulting in an uneven but overall impressive revival that reaches incredible heights in its best moments. The story begins with Samus mysteriously teleporting to the planet Euros, where she works to find a way home while also uncovering the history of the ancient Lemorn race. The hook this time
It's the exact same as the first.
around is Samus's new psychic abilities. These powers allow you to telekinetically manipulate certain objects, while also adding a new wrinkle to Samus's standard arsenal. They lead to all sorts of challenges that involve directing charge shots to hit multiple targets, using bombs as projectiles, and cool momentum-based morph ball platforming. The puzzles and suit upgrades are great overall, if a little familiar. I really enjoyed using the psychic abilities to find every last hidden item, even though they're mostly slight remixes of returning powers rather than something truly original. I can only recall a few times where a solution felt particularly novel, but that does include one awesome cinematic moment that really stands out. And when we're talking about the long-awaited continuation of one of the most acclaimed video game trilogies of all time, it's not a major complaint to say it's sticking relatively close to the script. Combat also feels exactly like you'd expect from a modern Prime, though it's not just a straight retread. You lock on and fire shots while strafing as usual, but Samus feels amazing to control here. You have a swift forward and backward dodge, improved maneuverability when popping out of the morph ball, and snap your access to your visor. You'll also gain flashy elemental weapons that are helpful in both combat and exploration. Choosing your weapon and fine-tuning your aim is still fun all these years later, despite its relative simplicity. Prime's combat has always fared best when sparse encounters are supplemental to exploration, which is the format Prime 4 follows most of the time, introducing new foes that require different tools to beat. The low points are when it does its best impression of a mid-2000s corridor shooter, occasionally focusing a bit too much on repetitive waves of enemies. At least those sections always end with something exciting, as the great lineup of boss battles is a nice mix of towering monsters and one-on-one shootouts. Samus's new motorbike is the other big addition. The way it's woven into the plot feels surprisingly natural, and it controls well. But what you'll actually use it for is one of Prime 4's biggest fumbles. You'll mainly ride around Soul Valley, this desert hub that serves as the middle ground between each major location, sort of like what Hyrule Field was in Ocarina of Time. It's mostly empty and uninteresting. The same few enemy types pop up when you're riding around, and all you do is fire a basic projectile or charge into them. Soul Valley isn't that big, so it at least doesn't take too long to get from point A to point B. The problem is that it's designed as if that N64 Hyrule Field saw the Great Plateau from Breath of the Wild and said, I can do that too. Prime 4 goes to great lengths to ensure you spend multiple hours riding across this drab desert just to reach the credits, almost like it's trying to justify the motorbike's inclusion. It sprinkles an extremely small number of Breath of the Wild-like shrines on the map that house optional upgrades. The bite-sized puzzles inside those shrines are fine, but there's no joy in discovering them, and it feels like a surface-level attempt to recapture Zelda's open-world magic that doesn't really work. This wouldn't be a huge deal, except Prime 4 ties a main objective to the desert. Samus has to collect enough green energy to preserve the history of the Lemorn, which is a very cool setup. But in practice, all that entails is mindlessly driving around and crashing into any green crystals you see. It's the type of runtime padding filler that had already outworn its welcome the last time a Metroid Prime game came out. And Prime 4 would be so much tighter without this quest, or even without its half-baked desert at all. It's far from a deal-breaker since this mission is given to you very early on, meaning you can chip away at it while you're riding to your next destination, but it's certainly not fun regardless. The good news is that the places you're riding toward are full of the atmosphere and gameplay you came for. Lonely, haunting exploration through gorgeous, fully realized areas that each have their own detailed backstory to uncover. Structurally, the individual maps take after Prime.
Graphically, the game does look very nice, though.
2 and 3's more self-contained approach rather than Prime 1's interconnected spiderweb. There is some backtracking involved.
It reminds me a lot of the Halo 4 and 5 art style.
Of course, but each region has
which is good.
Just one entrance from the desert, and you'll finish most of its main objectives on your first visit. I was delighted to find that this format fills the traditional 3D Zelda-shaped hole in my heart, as each zone essentially acts like a huge dungeon. Explore, find a key upgrade, kill the boss with it, and leave. That's not to say it doesn't feel like Metroid. There are a few main quests and plenty of optional items I needed to come back for later. It's just that these two series have always shared a lot of the same DNA, and Prime 4 lands closer to the Zelda style. Every location stands on its own, which allows Retro to give each a unique vibe. Sometimes Samus is completely alone and it leans hard into the tense sci-fi horror of Alien. And sometimes she's accompanied by Galactic Federation companions through more scripted scenes that call upon the action tropes of its sequel, Aliens.
Samus! No Halo 4 Cortana to be seen? Well, if Samus strips her suit, then you've got it in the flesh.
Let's take care of this.
In case you've forgotten, Samus has, you know, massive milkies, although maybe not in this game.
This constant genre shifting across levels keeps things fresh for most of its roughly 15-hour runtime. In these dedicated areas, Prime 4 makes a case for itself as the best-looking game Nintendo has ever published. Its fantastical art direction is jaw-droppingly gorgeous at times, with incredible lighting, beautiful backgrounds, and the return of Samus's iconic visor effects. It sounds great too, with outstanding melodies throughout. To be clear, Prime 4 doesn't reach the heights of the best-looking games on other platforms, but a game this stunning, running at a flawless 4K 60 FPS on Switch 2, with a smooth 120 FPS option that lowers the resolution, is a huge step forward for Nintendo. And while the resolution downgrade while playing on Switch 1 is noticeable in comparison, it's still...
I think it looks really good, honestly. Like, this looks like Halo 5 to me, which... I like the art style of that game.
At an impressive 60 FPS on the old hardware, and it's a totally viable way to play Prime 4.
We'll see. It just depends on how much backtracking there is, but if it's connected to hub areas, sounds like there won't be as much backtracking.
Or if you haven't upgraded yet. Some locations stand alongside my favorites in the series, and when you're methodically tiptoeing your way through one, Prime 4 more than lives up to the trilogy's legacy. An early highlight is Volt Forge, a gothic, futuristic factory set to a powerful rock soundtrack. It's impressive how its rich history is intertwined with its level design. You can just work your way through each room and enjoy the intricate layouts at face value, or you can scan every machine and learn why they exist and what they were used for, which provides fascinating context that makes complete sense when you see it all in motion. These places feel big, important, and carefully plotted out. That world building remains an incredibly special piece of Metroid Prime. Each region is fairly linear, with usually just one correct way to go, even if multiple choices are presented. When you stumble into a
I like that.
room with 3 doors, for example, it's likely that one is a save room, one is blocked until you get a new upgrade, and one is the way forward. I actually think this choice suits Prime very well, allowing it to focus more on mood, handcrafted tension, and distinct sequences. But it's a very different flavor than the non-linear design the Metroid series helped pioneer more than 30 years ago. This decision also makes Prime 4 feel like the best entry point into this series for new folks.
The word linear is something I enjoy hearing when it comes to new games, personally.
You're alone, on a planet, no hope of survival.
Speaking of new folks, most regions contain one of several
Oy vey.
Galactic Federation companions who temporarily travel with
Jesus, man.
Samus before heading back to base camp. Thankfully,
I guess they needed their $7,000 in order to finish the game.
these characters are far less intrusive than I initially feared after a particularly obnoxious tutorial section I saw in a preview demo.
That door just opened all by itself.
Their limited presence means they don't have amazing character arcs, a more than acceptable side effect. But they do have mostly likable personalities and provide a few highlights that give Prime 4 its own identity. It helps that the great voice acting and facial animations are another step forward for Nintendo.
Private First Class Nora Armstrong. It's an honor to meet you, Samus.
They could still use some work in the writing department, however, as they often fall back on well-worn action cliches or commentary that feels out of place.
I have no idea what we're doing, but it feels like it's working.
I'm grateful that they generally don't outright spoil specific puzzle solutions, but they do chime in a little more often than I'd like about where to go or what to do next.
Have you explored Volt Forge using your new abilities? Might be worth checking out.
Prime 4 lets you toggle on-screen tips that nudge you in the right direction, so I really wish I could turn off companion hints too. When you're together on a mission, which is a major part of the campaign, certain aspects can feel outdated as well, like waiting for someone to help you open a door, hearing repetitive combat dialogue lines,
Acquiring target.
or reviving them whenever they go down.
Keep them away from me!
Prime 4 keeps these portions in check by smartly knowing when to leave you alone entirely.
I'll hang back. Try to open the gate from up here.
With multiple lengthy segments where Samus loses radio signal and no one can bother her. You spend over half the runtime on your own, so if you're a longtime Metroid fan who craves ambience and isolation, there's plenty of that here too. Overall, the companions are tolerable. While there are still several moments that probably would have been more epic if Samus was alone, their inclusion does lead to some fun cinematic events that wouldn't be possible otherwise.
Oh, whoa. You are sneaky quiet, you know that?
One character who I actually wish was included more is Sylux, the big bad that doesn't play nearly as big a role in the story as I expected. It's another underdeveloped part of Prime 4, and it feels like he's only here out of reluctant obligation to Prime 3's post-credits tease from 2007. Instead, this story focuses far more on Lemorne history, which is very fascinating on its own, but it doesn't entirely make up for the feeling that something's missing. It doesn't take psychic powers to see the ideal vision Metroid Prime 4 Beyond was aiming for. It tries to mix the excellent Prime formula with a character-focused story and a large hub world to explore. It doesn't quite reach that ambitious goal, with an outdated open desert area that mostly feels like padding, and a cast of characters that provide both a handful of memorable moments and too much chatter at times.
Well, one door's still locked, the other one is malfunctioning. Hey, but it's progress!
But none of its issues come close to ruining Prime.
Jeez, bro. I wonder what fucking dork at the studio self-inserted into the fucking game.
4, which is still an excellent comeback thanks to incredible peaks that are almost
That has to be a self-insert character.
entirely self-contained from its stumbles. It mostly knows when to leave Samus alone, and a significant chunk of this 15-hour adventure is spent in delightfully atmospheric solitude. It nails the essential elements of a Prime game that remain special decades later. Tense exploration through haunting locations, highlighted by amazing world building, breathtaking art direction, new twists on classic abilities, and flawless technical performance. Even though a few underdeveloped elements keep it from feeling as cohesive as its predecessors, Prime 4 reaches heights worthy of the Metroid name.
Yeah, I mean, I heard linear, and I like the art style, so... I don't know, I might actually like this, because I can ignore... I don't give a fuck about the Metroid story, so... I'm not going to give a singular fuck about the characters at all. I would just play this for the gameplay experience, and the gameplay actually looks like it's kind of fun, so... I don't know, I might end up liking this, because it's linear. Yeah, once my physical copy arrives, I'll stream it, but I'm not buying it digital. Let's see. I don't see anything, bro. We just watched a Prime 4 review. I mean, it looks fine. I don't know. No, we don't have time for Kino Casino. It's already almost 7. Damn. YouTube is dead. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just been kind of bland the past few weeks. Because of the holidays. We can see what DSP is up to. See. Alright, we can watch this.
I love it, and you know, it's that stuff's positive, and there's other stuff that's positive behind the scenes, but the fact that I might lose my fucking house.
It's brutal, man. No, I do have to sign in to work early, because I have to take my dog to the vet, so I'm going to work a little earlier this morning on some stuff, and then I'm gonna log off, take him to the vet, and then come back. So
over something that I have nothing whatsoever control.
If I sign on early and start working on some shit, then I don't have to stay on as late.
Over or to do it. That's the worst feeling. And by the way, if you ever noticed me doing what I just did, I'm just eliminating toxic people who are here to troll. So the moment I see it, I just get rid of them and I don't even address it. That if you see me doing this, clicking around, it's exactly what I'm doing. All right, I'm not even going to talk to them anymore because they're not worth my time. Thank you, Broden. Broden says, don't let the freaks get to you. Stay humble and thankful.
Griff, if you want, I can work for you. All right, perfect. So, PK, all you have to do is work your normal job and just give me 10% of what you earn, and we're good.
Love the future you got ahead. Thank you so much, man. Kind words and much appreciated after, you know, all the stuff that I have been through. Mods, if you could please keep your eyes on the chat. The guy's back again. Thank you. I don't want to have to moderate this guy all day because he's going to be here all day. He will literally be here with 400 stock accounts all day. That's how he is. He's a nut job. So please keep your eyes on the chat, okay?
Mods, crush the skull. Thank you.
I have no idea, Andrew. I don't pay attention to them. You're asking the wrong person. I don't pay any attention to my detractors. All I know is people who come on here and say stuff about them. I don't watch their content. I don't give a shit. I'll guarantee you this. It's been a week now.
You work a Fed job in Denmark, and we have 24 sick days a year, and you do not need a letter from the doc. Well, I have plenty of PTO if I need to take a day off, but yeah. I mean, we get at my company, we get I think like, well, in my new like career level, I think I get like 16 to 18 days off a year. So you can use the sick days for that, or the PTO for sick days, basically. But yeah. I don't know. I work remote, so I don't really care about working if I'm sick.
Since the Asmongold interview, correct? I've gotten tremendous extra viewership on my streams. As you can see, if you just take a look at the views right now, I'm pretty much double what I was getting. Like, no exaggeration. I'm about double the viewership that I had before Asmongold, for sure. Okay? Support has been great, has it not? Every stream I'm doing incredibly well, okay? Couldn't be happier. I haven't asked for a single contribution since I got off the stream with Asmongold. So it's been a week.
You just did. You just did, bro. Even mentioning them. That's an indirect bag.
Right? So what exactly do you think they're talking about? Do you think if they're saying something that they're talking about reality? Or do you think that they're just talking about their useless, nonsensical memes, their garbage content that completely lies, over-exaggerates? Because in their minds, as I explained to Asmongold, whenever I do something to improve myself, they just move the goalpost to the next thing. So if it's not that my content sucks and I don't have the best quality content, I'm a dinosaur, I'm behind the times. If it's not
that is kind of accurate.
That I rage too much, I blame the game. If it's not that I'm playing mobile games and spending all my money on WWE champions. If it's not that, oh, well, now he just sits around and begs all day. So what's the next thing? Because you know there's a next thing. There will never not be a next thing. And if you don't want me to ever talk about them again, don't ever ask about them and I won't talk about them again. Because you notice I don't unless you guys ask me. So if you don't want to talk about it, don't ask me about it.
Damn, Dark Spadil is trash.
Dark
Spadil.
My name is Dark Spadil.
Dark Spadildo.
Dark Spadil.
Hostile UAVs operating.
Dark
Spadil. He really is trash. Have fun to Fortnite, bro.
Dark Spadil. G-Man, in general, I've stayed away from doing user interactive content simply because my trolls are so bad they ruin it. I'll give you an example because again, you guys probably would not know this. Way back in the day, we're talking 10 years ago. And this guy's name is
This is how you don't play. Don't play.
Dude, this work.
This is how you don't play.
Wow, this guy's a genius.
This is how you don't play.
This is great. Just keep saying it. No, say it more. It makes you look more intelligent the more you say it, so just keep saying the same thing. I mean, you look so smart.
This is how you don't play.
Here you go. Say it again. Come on, man. You're a genius.
This is how you don't play.
Yeah! Yes! The intelligence. Can you take it?
Tries an unhealthy lifestyle.
Yes! Yes! Say it!
Unhealthy lifestyle.
Yes! My God.
You ugly, dude. Why you always eating fast food, man?
People are a
Look at your daughter,
fucking
Leanna, man. You always eating some fast food.
You always eating some fast food, yo. Yo, you're eating.
Shit, man. You always eating that.
So show your face with burgers, yo.
Oh my God.
Shoot him. He's black. Shoot him. Racism.
I'm trolling your stream, yo. I got like 4 brain cells, yo.
This is how you don't play.
This is how you don't play. I got like a fucking parrot, yo. Merry Christmas. What an idiot.
Wolfman, say something. This is how you don't play.
Like, dude,
This is how you don't play.
look how stupid you look. Oh my god. How dumb could you be?
DSP, you hella ugly, man.
Listen to this idiot. Oh, no, but I'm ugly.
If he was, he's so fucking today.
Dude. Yes, because that's why people watch my gameplay videos, because they think that I'm handsome. Oh my god, you are a fucking idiot. What a fucking moron. This is how you don't play. I don't want to give them the opportunity to basically ruin what's supposed to be a positive event for my viewers who like me. So I just stopped doing the events. And instead, I kind of stayed to myself doing single player content. If I do multiplayer content, I'm just a random that drops into a lobby, plays, and drops out. I found workarounds to stop the trolling as long as I don't do certain kinds of stuff. It's not like I get attention and people are liking the content.
Nah, that wasn't me on the other end in disguise.
It's more like, wow, Phil's just beating up on scrubs. Yeah. Again, I can't, that's it. My moves literally don't come out in this lag. Every time he's next to me, I'm pressing a button, and you can hear it on the joystick, and it just, nothing ever happens. And then he just does his move through it, and when his come out, because he's doing them early, spammed pattern, and everything I tried to do in reaction wouldn't come out. So that was an absolutely waste of a fucking match. 160-something milliseconds. What a waste of everyone's time. And what a fucking idiot for taunting. He's a fucking piece of shit who can now get kicked from the lobby because he's an asshole. Okay. That's exactly what it is. I whoop on them because they're not there to be good. They're there to get the attention for being there, you see? That's why I kind of just stopped doing that stuff. There was no point. I think it was a month of lobbies in Street Fighter 6 when the game was new. No one really liked it, and I stopped doing it, and that was the end of it. No, you see, it's not. Copium says, yeah, but dumpstering trolls is fun from time to time. No, it's not. Listen, I have nothing to prove, all right? I don't. I've already won. I'm the one whose life is getting to play video games and hang out with an audience all day on the internet. That's my job. I've already beaten the trolls. The fact that they need to...
I don't know if that's a W or not, to be honest. In your 40s playing video games on the internet. Nah, I don't know about that one.
Like, do fucked up things to try...
I want to be in my white room at that point.
They take stabs at me because they're so jealous and pissed off that I'm successful. I've already won. So I don't need to also defeat them in a game. There's no point. I don't get any self-satisfaction out of beating them.
By the time I turn 40, I want to be in my white room alone.
In a fighting game, I already know I'm better. I don't need to waste my time.
Phil, your days are done. We know that you've been committing tax fraud, and we are going to get you. Ha ha ha.
Thank you to Raider Randy for $5. Do it anyway, even if there's trolls. Trolls can still be good content. Nah. No, you see, here's the thing, and this is where...
Yeah, but even then, I don't know, man. Like, it's all so tiresome after a while. Like, doing anything for any extended period of time starts to wear on you, so...
I differentiate myself from other people who have been categorized as lolcows, okay, have done this kind of thing. There are tons of people out there, they get harassed, they're categorized as lolcows, and they lean into the content. They lean into it. Laugh with the meme, play with the troll, give them what they want, keep the circus going. Hell, even self-deprecate yourself, embarrass yourself for money. As long as you're making a paycheck, it doesn't matter, right? There's a saying that I started saying last year in regards to this mentality. What does that mean? It means that once you lower yourself to the level of being a lolcow and you accept it, and now this becomes your reality, your persona.
He already has.
This is you on the internet. So
he has done that more than anyone indirectly.
Just lean into it. You can't ever go back. Now you have to do lolcow content, or else you can never get success ever again. You might have once been known as someone who made news reports, vlogging, gameplay, chill streams. But the moment that you become this monetized the lolcow status, that is all you will ever be for the rest of your life, and you have to accept it or quit. There's people who are learning that the hard way right now. I feel bad for these people who maybe got into something they didn't realize they were getting into, and now they're stuck. I'm still going to be legit. I'm still going to make positive content that my viewers are going to be entertained by and support. Therefore, you can call me whatever you want, and you can make up the slander and the memes or whatever. I'm not going to buy into your garbage. I'm going to be successful on my own means by making content that doesn't hurt others or leave toxicity and garbage and just this slop on the internet. But you'd be really hard-pressed to look at my content and be like, Phil made toxic, harmful content to the internet to get over. He stepped on people to get where he was. He did horrible things to himself and others. No, I never did. I stepped away from that. I avoided it. I said, I refuse. So that's the difference between me and these other people. Maybe these other people would think, well, the only way I can get money or attention is to do the lobby and have a bunch of trolls in it. I'm not going to do the lobby. Fuck the trolls. I'm not going to give them anything. They don't deserve it. They didn't do shit for me. So why am I going to do them a solid or a favor? You know what I mean? I could have capitalized and tried to bank, but then I would be the joke forever. I don't want to be the joke. I want to be a serious creator. Like
a serious creator? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with, like, laughing at yourself? It's just so gay. I don't get it. I really don't fucking get it. You don't do anything special, bro. You play video games on the internet. Stop acting like you're some, like, you know, fucking beacon of, you know, positivity and hope in an otherwise dark world. It's so gay, man.
Always worked hard to do. 17 years, over 68,000 videos. That's my legacy.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill.
Nah, his legacy is jerking off on stream. That's what he'll be remembered for.
The internet bill and the incredible amount of games, new games.
Not the dunce content some mouth-drooling morons made to capitalize on the algorithm, make a buck on my back by lying about me. That's not meaningful content. That's the slop that melts brains, and the people who watch it are dumb as fuck. Just like people who say, well, if your wife's doing better, why doesn't she come on stream? Because it doesn't matter how my wife's doing. It doesn't matter if my wife is much healthier now and happier and comes on stream. They will still say nasty things about my wife because that's all they want is ammo, fuel for them to make more content. So why give it to them? And be upset that for the last week they have nothing. All they can do is go back to their old shtick of nonsense that it does not apply anymore. And I'm happy moving forward with my life. And also that it's not slop that's brain rotting the world, because that's the problem. All this nasty, toxic, hater, detractor content is brain slop that's melting the brains of the world. It really is. It's actually hurting human culture. There should not be a cultural movement to hate on people and crap on people and bully people on the internet. That should be what we rally against. Say, don't do that. That's terrible. That's for dumb people. That's for horrible people. That's not what nice, aspiring people who want to help and improve human society should be doing. But I don't know why people think it's just so fun and acceptable. It doesn't make sense at all.
Save the pig. Save the pig. The game. The whole game, you're trying to save the pig's life.
Oh my god. Save the pig. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 2. What's this?
Ironic.
Indeed. He tried to not be a lolcow, but became one instead. I don't know, what would be the wording for that? Through all his efforts to not become a lolcow, it's precisely what led to him becoming one. I don't know. Yeah, DSP is just like, I don't know. Like, he really just can't help himself. Like, dude, if anyone else had gotten caught beating they meat on fucking stream, like, you should have monetized. Like, the fact, I don't know, dude. I don't know. The businessman in me hates to see a good controversy go to waste. DSP could have, like, literally fucking slingshotted his career into the fucking stratosphere if he would have capitalized on the jerk-off video properly. Like, honestly, it was an overall, like, innocent event. Like, that's the thing, is, like, he allows everything to be used against him because he takes everything so fucking seriously. Like, that's the thing that's crazy to me. Like, if he would have just owned it and been like, yeah, I just was trying to crank one off before the stream, my bad, guys. And then he, like, integrated it as, like, a meme on his channel. Like, when people donate, like, the fucking GIF pops up. Like, he could have probably done very well. But instead, he started just banning it. It's just retarded. I don't get it. Why he wants to be taken seriously. Dude, you play video games on the fucking internet. It's not a serious job. You know, go invest in real estate or, you know, start a real fucking business or something like that if you want to be taken seriously. Otherwise, you're a literal online jester. This is not a serious job or career path. You know? At least it shouldn't be. DSP would probably have a mental breakdown if he organized a public roast. He really can't fucking handle being made fun of. Like, it's impossible for him. He cannot handle it. Like, his ego just doesn't allow it. Yeah, I would have sold, you know, the O face shirts, like with the head thrusted back. That shit would have been funny, but his wife cries every time she sees it. It's like, bro, what? Your wife cries at the thought of you orgasming?
Bruh.
That's brutal, dude. That's actually pretty brutal. Dude, that shit would have been funny. Fuck. I don't know. Like, I don't know how you could actually be mad about that. Like, let's say worst case scenario, that happened to me. Like, I would just laugh it off. I'd be like, oh, fuck. You know, it's like, you can't do anything about it at that point. It's obvious what happened. Just play into it, you know? It's not that big of a deal. Everybody cranks the hog. And it's not like his dick was on camera either. So... It was a pretty harmless moment, all things considered. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time. Hello. I don't know. Then I would, like, try and, like, I guess, catapult it. Like, you know, if somebody asks what were you cranking it to, name the fucking porn star, try and get her to come on your stream, and, like, all that other... I don't know. There's a lot of ways you could take it and, like, try and, you know, make some money and get some publicity off of it. Speed sleeps with prostitutes. That's nasty. He's famous. He don't need to pay for sex. So with prostitutes, this is the thing. You know, it's kind of true. I forgot where this was said. It's you're not paying them to have sex with you. You're paying them to leave. And that's the problem. If you have sex with like a fangirl or some random bitch, you know, she can claim that you raped her, or, you know, that she's pregnant, or, you know, she starts stalking you. All that type. She leaks your phone number. With the fucking prostitutes, you know, they're professionals. You pay them, you have sex with them, and they're gone. So, in the case of being like a celebrity, it kind of almost makes sense to do it that way. Because at least you're dealing with somebody you know that's not going to, like, try and fuck over your life. So. Because any chick that fucks a famous guy, like, her initial thought is, this is my meal ticket. So the second they get the idea that you're not interested in anything long term, they immediately start plotting your downfall. That's a Charlie Sheen quote. Charlie Sheen's based as fuck. I like him. But yeah. Bro, he was wild back in the day. He's your idol because he did a lot of cocaine. That's cool, bro. That's why Jack Doherty has 13 OnlyFans girls he can't get rid of. I thought he managed OnlyFans bitches. I mean, honestly, that's a pretty good gig, you know? You manage a bunch of dumb whores and pimp them out. Shit. I would excel in that role. I could pimp out a whore like nobody else. Believe it. You know, I could put Andrew Tate to fucking shame, bro. You know, he has one Bugatti. I'll have two. You know, if we want to have a battle of the cam horror sites, I think I'll win. Must be halal? What, we gotta cut them with a knife? Griffin will be the wall. Dude, I would be very fucking good. Very good at managing OnlyFans chicks. If they created an achievement, log in your gaming profile for your whore collection. Griffin, yeah, exactly. You know, when the whores get a new body, you get the fucking achievement unlock sound. But, yeah, what time? It's almost 7. You mean, Griff, even a mid like Valkyrie would still make you bank with your manage? Oh, yeah, dude. With her already existing fan base, I could easily pimp that hoe out. Whether she's an old sack or not, you know. It would be a short run, most likely, because she's not even that pretty. But, yeah, she's got a big enough existing simp fan base where you could do it. The problem would be the longevity, because, again, she's not pretty. She's incredibly mediocre. So you'd have to get creative with, you know, ways to keep them engaged in order to keep the recurring monthly payments. Plus, she's like 35, right? So, old. Let's see. As long as you know what the two... if it's short, I don't know how much time I have. I gotta hop off because I gotta sign into work. Jimmy talks. What's the video title? Neoconserv. Let's do Neo in here. All right, we'll see how it goes. I do need to get off, so
What's up,
Nah,
guys? Welcome
good
back to Jimmy
timing.
Talks. So I had a video not too long ago about Venezuela, and I was dunking on neoconservatives a lot. So I want to actually explain neoconservatism because it's one of the biggest and most damaging scams that's ever been pulled on the American public. It took radical, globalist, and deeply anti-American agenda.
Neoconservatism is just illusion of choice.
And then put it into patriotic clothing to make it look like real conservatism. It didn't just grow naturally either. It wasn't a...
Conservatism doesn't exist because what conservatives want to conserve is still the 1960s globo homo, post-World War II white replacement slop
movement that grew from grassroots kind of origin. In fact, it was actually a group of people who deliberately took over U.S. foreign policy and used America's power to push goals that usually went against the United States' interest. And really, the results speak for themselves here. We've had thousands...
Unless a conservative wants to return us to 1920s America, then they're not an actual conservative.
Thousands of American soldiers that were dead and pointless...
You know, I would even push it back further, you know, pre-Federal Reserve. So, unless you're willing to go back before the Federal Reserve and adopt those policies, you're not an actual conservative.
20-year desert wars that really just served as no purpose at all. Trillions of dollars wasted on a failed nation-building project, and a weaker and really just less sovereign United States. And all of this quietly advanced the interest of one small foreign country in the Middle East that I can't say too much about because YouTube's AI will probably detect it and try to clap me for it. So let's just get into it. So let's look at the origins of neoconservatism because to really understand something, we have to look back at the history. Of course, I love history. We all know that. If you watch the channel for a while, you know that. So the origins of neoconservatism are crucial to decoding its characteristics because we need to look at the whole entire picture, right? So it did not come from the heartland of America. Like we said, this wasn't some organic grassroots American movement. And for instance, think of somebody like Robert Taft, who was really big on strong national defense in pair with non-interventionist foreign policy. But instead, neoconservatism's intellectual founders was largely a group of New York-based Jewish intellectuals. There you go. YouTube's algorithm's going to nuke me for that, but you know.
Shocker.
But we had to say this, okay? But anyways, these intellectuals, they began their political lives on the far left. One example of this man, or one of the men,
it's the illusion of choice.
Was Irving Kristol, and he was later called the godfather of neoconservatism. He was like the guy who started it, basically. And really, all these guys who started neoconservatism were former Trotskyists. And you may be saying to yourself, well, what is a Trotskyist? Well, notice how earlier I said they were far left, so let me explain this real quick. Trotskyism is a branch of Marxism, and Marxism is obviously associated with communism and socialism and the Bolsheviks and all that stuff. And Trotskyists they were named after the guy who started it, which is Leon Trotsky. And he was an ally of Lenin. Basically, long story short, leaving out a lot of details and oversimplification, maybe not oversimplification, that may be the wrong word, but basically, okay, because we're talking about neoconservatism, I don't want to focus on Trotsky.
Basically.
Nigger Heil Hitler. Isn't too much. But Trotskyists, you know, they were a part of all that Bolshevik stuff, and then they broke away around the 30s and the 40s, like right before World War II, and they broke up with the Communist Party because they didn't like Stalin and all the crimes that he did. Like I said, they were Trotskyists, they weren't necessarily aligned with Lenin and his whole entire idea, and Stalin's as well. So remember, as I just said, these were the guys who turned into neoconservatives. But basically, since they went against Lenin and Stalin, they started moving towards a more democratic socialist approach and supporting U.S. labor unions and stuff like that. And then when the new left came in the 60s, we're thinking about the hippie era, right? This kind of ideology became a lot more dominant. And these Trotskyists, they started to get a little bit unpopular with the new left, like the hippies and the Black Power movements and all that stuff, like the Black Panthers. And this new left, they didn't really like the Trotskyists because they were soft on communism, and also their cultural radicalism, which we now know is cultural Marxism today, was a bit too much for them. But in Trotskyism, there needed to be a permanent revolution. That's how they started originally. So they started to get rid of this, and they wanted to use the United States. As their ideas started to shift, as they moved away from Stalin, they were like, hey, why don't we make the U.S. now the global vanguard party? And really not for socialism around the world.
Well, I don't even think he's kind of missing the point, because the whole thing with Russia was literally designed to be basically a staging point. It was never supposed to be the long-term solution. Russia was supposed to basically be the distractor. So I would even argue that these neoconservatives that he's saying had a falling out never actually had a real falling out. Instead, they were, two sides of the same coin, working towards the same end goal, which is to infiltrate the West and destroy it from within. So you have this extreme form of in-your-face communism taking place in Russia, while simultaneously the more subtle and slow drip, method of implementing communism in the West was taking hold under everybody's nose.
But for spreading democracy and crushing totalitarianism like Soviet communism. So this permanent revolution just got repurposed into global military engagement to remake the world in America's image. The guy who was the godfather of neoconservatism, Irving Kristol, as we mentioned earlier, he even said it himself. A neoconservative is a liberal who has been mugged by reality. So these guys, this is just kind of the backstory of who started neoconservatism. Now, I mentioned that because we're going to keep on moving forward. Like I said, we need to know the background.
Griffin loves hippies. Dude, if I could go back in time, I would personally napalm bomb every single fucking music festival in the 60s and 70s. Indiscriminately.
So this lineage is not just a trivial...
Every single fucking one of them. They'd call it Woodstock because their bodies would burn like lumber.
Detail of their biography. It's actually key to understanding the logic behind them. These guys used to be hardcore leftists. Then they came into neoconservatism. So you can see how this ties together, right? So as we said earlier, Trotskyism was characterized by its belief in permanent revolution, which is an aggressive internationalist or globalist, you could say, drive to overthrow existing social orders across the globe. And we can see this ever so easily because they had just wanted to have wars everywhere. They were war hawks, right? So does this make sense now? I hope so. All right, moving on. So as we said earlier, these intellectuals became disillusioned with the failures of, in their eyes, the failures of liberalism in the 60s and 70s, like we mentioned earlier, the hippies. They saw it as weakness against the Soviet Union because they hated the Soviets. Remember that. They think that it was coddling counterculture too much. So they didn't abandon their revolutionary impulse like they said. They just transferred them, as we've said already. Okay, so the Trotskyists of permanent proletarian revolution was just rebranded as neoconservatism. So this migration from left to right was not a conversion of hearts or just a change of mind, but it was just a strategic realignment. So Irving Kristol and Norman Podhoretz and all the other little Trotsky guys founded and controlled influential publications like...
Well, the right has long since surrendered its authority. That's the thing, is, again, what are they actually conserving? Like, what version of America are conservatives actually trying to conserve? It's post-World War II slop, so they're not preserving any real aspect of America. They're trying to preserve the post-World War II plan to basically, you know, undermine the sovereignty of the United States and every other Western nation simultaneously.
Commentary magazine and the public interest, which became neoconservatism's primary lifeline. It's how they're putting their message out. So from these platforms, these magazines, these articles they're putting out, they began a long journey through the institutions of the right wing. So they were taking their intellectual prowess and their savviness with media, and they were using it to outmaneuver the often less than sophisticated traditional conservatives. So they took these conservative ideas like isolationism and they were arguing against it. And they were saying, hey, actually, isolationism, this is naive and dangerous. I know this is a core tenet to conservatism, but this idea is dangerous because we live in the nuclear age now. So we actually have to put our global dominance around the world. So they were arguing that America must embrace its role as the world police, the global hegemony, something like that. And they have to use the military and the power of the economy to shape the world in the image of that. So this argument was pretty nice to many patriots who genuinely feared Soviet expansion. We're around the 80s right now, okay? The 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s, around there. So the neocons really just framed their radical interventionism, as we said earlier, with their permanent revolution, as the only strong stance. And they were painting any opposition to what they thought was a good idea as weak or naive or even just anti-American overall. So this was really the masterpiece of the wolf in the sheep's clothing. So they took an agenda that was fundamentally alien to American tradition and sold it as the total American ideal. Like this is really American. You know, if you're not on board with this, then you're anti-American. So let's go over the goals that they had. And before we even go over these goals, I just want to say this flat out. Neoconservatism has very clearly dangerous sets of core beliefs. So the first one, the biggest one, is that America must stay the world's only superpower, which, you know, I'm not even totally against that on the surface, but
that is true. We should be the only superpower.
Means to get there is pretty bad. It's really not either to make America rich.
Wait, what did it say? Not to benefit the American people, though. Key emphasis on this. They do not want us to be the top dog for the benefit. Yeah, see, that's where I would differ. So I would take on basically a policy of rape and pillage. You know, if we declare war on any nation, we're going there for the sole purpose of enriching our own nation. So the only wars that would be fought under my, you know, I guess, leadership, if I had the option, would be solely to enrich the nation and, you know, by extension, the citizens. Like, for example, if I declared war on a Middle Eastern nation, there wouldn't be a single drop of oil left in that fucking godforsaken sand strip when I left.
Even totally against that on the surface, but the means to get there is pretty bad. It's really not either to make America rich or safe when they are the superpower, but to go around the planet forcing every country to become a liberal democracy. I already put a video out on liberal democracy and its failures. So regular patriots see the
democracy is retarded.
Military as a shield to protect the homeland, but neocons see it as a hammer to smash any government that they don't like and to rebuild those countries into America's image. And this image isn't what I say it should be. This is the image of Israel first.
Yeah, again, what version of America do they want to build it into? Because it sure as shit ain't, you know, pre-Federal Reserve America. No, because every single country from 1913 onwards that has dared to not have a Rothschild-controlled central bank has been completely destroyed. You know, Gaddafi, you know, Papa H. I'm trying to think. Syria. Who else? Shit, I can't think of it off the top of my head. There was a list. But yeah, pretty much every... Saddam Hussein, that was another one. Pretty much every single war the U.S. has declared, pretty much since 1913 onwards, has been indirectly related, let's just say, to a lack of Rothschild-controlled central bank. Ironic.
Liberal democracy, the world that we live in now, right? The one that everybody is upset with. So, secondly, neocons believe the United States has a moral duty to act as the world police. kind of just goes hand in hand with the first point that I made. But they need to invade countries, usurp dictators, regime change, and set up new democracies, whether the people there want it or not. They sold this idea about spreading freedom or something, but they're ignoring the fact that this almost never works. In real life, this gave us the disasters of Iraq and Afghanistan, something we kind of just...
Yeah, the only reason we should go into another country is to take their wealth. That's it. Fuck democracy.
Got out of, and we were there for 20 years, but these are wars that didn't make America safer or stronger. Killed a lot of American soldiers, killed a lot of that country's people who are just people living their lives, cost trillions of dollars for us, and it left behind chaotic countries like Afghanistan went right back to ISIS in like a week, right? It just created terrorists out of this. So we didn't actually really do anything positive there. And a lot of GWAT veterans would probably say the same exact thing, because really all it did was just create a power vacuum. Now, we just went over how neoconservatism says that America has to be the world's only superpower, and we have to put liberal democracy in every country by using the world police to do so. So now, the third goal of neoconservatism, and this is the one that everybody knows about, this is the one that's the most popular idea that people just really don't like, and that is this one. Air quote, is it good for Israel? They might not say it out loud on TV, but inside the think tanks of neoconservatism and government offices, that is really the goal there. Any country in the region that could ever challenge Israel a little bit or a lot of it, even years down the road, gets put on the hit list, no matter whether it's actually a danger to the United States.
That's exactly what Ben Shapiro cares about.
States or not. That's why they spent the whole entire 90s obsessed with invading Iraq, and they finally did it in 2003. And then we just had the bombings of Iran pretty recently.
Fun fact, not a single Israeli fought in the Iraq war.
So Saddam was already boxed in by sanctions. He couldn't even touch America. He didn't have the means to even do so, arguably even the will. But he hated Israel. It might someday have been a problem for them. So he had to go. They tried the same thing with Syria, and they've been trying it with Iran for decades. Iran is definitely anti-American, but the real reason neocons want war so badly is because Iran is the biggest roadblock to Israel being the unchallenged boss of the region. Look at somebody like Marco Rubio, who's been pushing for war against Iran and interventionalist for just probably his whole entire political career, right? So the neocon plan is always the same. Put sanctions up to the maximum amount that we can do it on the countries that we don't like. Talk a big, tough game nonstop, and then keep pushing bombs until somebody gives in to the neocons, like in that country. Then when the war finally comes, it'll be the American kids doing the fighting and the American taxpayers paying for it so that Israel can win. That's what it is. So you may be thinking, well, why do neocons have such a tight grasp? Why didn't somebody else just come in and like say, hey, get out of here. We don't like you. These ideas are bad. But this did not happen by accident. The movement of neoconservatism and its key leaders have often held positions of dual influence, which simultaneously shaped U.S. policy while maintaining deep ties to Israel. Groups like AIPAC, which everybody knows about, and think tanks like American Enterprise Institute and the Project for the New American Century also played a big role here. And they also became the recruiting grounds and powerful platforms for neoconservative ideas. So real quick, I'll tell you, you may be like, well, what's a think tank? Why does that even matter? So basically, a think tank is a professional idea factory that studies policy issues. And this could be anything from foreign policy, economic policy, defense, healthcare, whatever. And then they try to influence what the government actually does. So basically, it's just a big group that pays smart people like professors or maybe somebody who used to be a general in the military, former government officials, or a data analyst to look at really big problems and come up with solutions for those big problems. So they'll publish reports, they'll hold conferences, they'll write papers, and they get their people to go talk to politicians. So that is how these neocon with Israeli backing think tanks were really influential. I hope that makes sense. Now, let me go back to that one think tank, Project for the New American Century.
No. Iraq was always a shithole. Iraq has always been a shithole. Afghanistan is the one that was going in the right direction. Then Obama pulled the plug and then put us right back in immediately after.
Had a document that came under a lot of scrutiny, and it was called Rebuilding America's Defenses, which called for a massive increase in defense spending and a more aggressive global posture, more aggressive with the military. And they said that a transformation to do this, like to get people to talk them into that, it would be a little bit difficult. And it said, and I quote, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor. In other words, we need something really bad to happen for people to get on board with neoconservative ideas like attacking other countries, installing a puppet government, blah, 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 right? What happened soon after? September 11th attacks provided that perfectly for them. And the neocons, which were already deeply embedded in the George Bush administration, were now in a perfect position to implement their long-desired agendas. They quickly and they deliberately conflated the terrorism of al-Qaeda, which didn't belong to a state, with the dictatorship of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. And they used fabricated or vastly overstated intelligence about WMDs, weapons of mass destruction, to sell the Iraq war to a traumatized public. Think about this in 2000. Games, streaming, media, all that stuff, it wasn't like how it is nowadays. People actually watched TV. That's what they had. Smartphones weren't even really a thing. They weren't at all. So they go and turn the TV on, and they just see airplanes flying into a building in
Yeah, you have your Zog-controlled media back then, so... That's the thing, is like boomers and Gen X are like the most propagandized generation ever. Because the only thing they ever had access to was just straight up slop. Spoon-fed from the day they popped out of their mom's loin.
New York City, and they're like, holy shit, that's really the main information source that they had. So they were really sold on this after. Hey, 9/11, this is the perfect event to use to push our ideas. And that idea is Israel first. Don't forget that. We have to look at the backgrounds of all this. Remember I said that? Remember the backgrounds of the people who started this, okay? They were all pro-Israel for a certain reason. I'm sure you know what that reason is.
No. They were all... Hold on.
Labeling Jew on that.
It's because of their religious background, okay? Makes sense? All right, I hope so. Let's move on. I really love teaching and like this history lesson kind of stuff. Definitely gonna do more videos like this. But anyways, let's get on with it. So as Hillary Clinton said, never let a tragedy go to waste. This was 9/11. I mean, a textbook example of using an American tragedy and the leverage to advance a pre-existing Israel-centric war under the false pretenses of American security. I have a whole video on 9/11, by the way. Go check it out. Okay, so now you may be thinking, okay, well, they're really aggressive for other countries and taking a stance in other countries. Well, what about America? How do they feel domestically? How do the neocons feel domestically? So as we said already, they are globalists. So they aren't just globalists when it comes to wars, though. They are globalists right here at home as well. And that shows how little they care about America as an actual country with a real people and culture. So on paper, they will talk just like a regular conservative about family values, patriotism, stuff that I say on the channel, but I actually mean it. And I don't have this neocon agenda to push. Everything they do, I push against wholeheartedly. Neocon's out the door. Nobody likes this shit anymore. But I digress. But they'll try to sound like an actual patriot. But when it comes to stuff like immigration, they are totally on board. Open borders, bringing in millions of people, changing the demographics of America, making us less sovereign. And we've seen neocons do this. There's a big neocon. His name is Bill Kristol. And he was constantly saying stuff like mass immigration is great for the economy and it keeps America vibrant. What does that even mean? But again, if you watch this channel, you're probably a normal person. Or you don't like me and you say subscribe for some reason, but that's okay. You can keep watching. You can keep watching. It's okay. Nothing personal, buddy. But anyways, from a normal American's point of view, this is insane. Like, letting in endless waves of people changes the country forever. Talk about this nonstop. It drives down wages. H-1B wage suppression. Talk about that all the time. It breaks apart neighborhoods. They talk about the demographic change all the time. And it makes it harder for regular citizens who already live here to feel like they're living in the same nation that their parents and their grandparents and their great-grandparents grew up in.
Dude. I was watching, I saw that they added Mad Men to HBO, which I haven't watched that show in forever. And dude, I watched a few episodes yesterday. And it's like, damn, man. It's like really blackpilling, because like, you know, in the show they're talking about literally that, you know, being outnumbered or not being around other. It's like, shit, bro. This shit's been planned for a while. I don't know. It's just like, we'll never actually have a world like that old footage and stuff. You know, it's like that footage from London in 1970 I always pull up. Sad. You know, everything is going to fucking shit. And the thing is, bro, is there's no other place to go other than the U.S. Once the U.S. is gone, it's truly over.
But that's the whole point for neocons. They don't believe in a real nation with a specific people, a specific history, and a specific culture. They are loyal to some abstract idea of freedom in markets that can exist anywhere on the planet. So by turning Americans into people without roots and a mixed up population with no strong ties to each other actually makes their job easier, though. It's simpler to rule over a country of strangers who don't have a shared identity to push back with. Mass immigration is not a mistake in their plan. It's a part of the plan. It's not a bug. It's a feature. So the neocons will present themselves as, hey, we're the opposite of the left. But really, this is just a misunderstood, simple binary opposition. In reality, these are two sides of the same globalist coins. Both are universalist ideologies that seek to erase national boundaries and traditional identities. Both of them do this. Neocons, which are supposedly right-wing, and woke leftists. The left does this under the banner of multiculturalism and equity and all that silly stuff that they say. And by silly, I mean they don't actually mean what they say. They have a different agenda. But neocons, they do this under the banner of democracy and free markets. Both are hostile to the nation state, though. Both of these are just projects of making people not have any roots. They want managerial elite class that sees the world as a laboratory for its social engineering projects. The neocon wars in Iraq was, in a sense, a military version of DEI. It was an attempt to bomb a foreign society into accepting a new alien system of governance. The destruction that was brought by these, like the cultural dissolution from within that was pushed by the left, and the military exhaustion from without pushed by the neocons, has brought the American nation.
Dude, if we were actually a smart nation, what we would have done is gone in to Iraq, taken it over, modernized their fucking, you know, industries, and, you know, propped up Saddam as even more of a supreme leader. I mean, like, you're going to pay us a 10% tithe, or you're going to get fucking killed. That's how you fucking do it. You turn it into a province. But the first time they ever do anything to, like, you know, stab you in the back or, you know, try and cheat you out of something, you respond with absolute fucking just, you know, unseen bloodshed, bro. Like mass crucifixion, you know, public executions, you name it. You set a fucking example real quick, because not only will that particular province or, you know, puppet state realize like, oh, we're not doing that again, but it keeps all the other ones in line too. And then you just complete this massive web of infinite money pouring into the United States in perpetuity, while the local governors, aka dictators, maintain order and deal with the day-to-day problems. You know, the people of the U.S. benefit because we have a massive inpouring of cash, and those nations benefit because, you know, they're propped up and they're not destabilized. So, I don't know, dude. There's a lot of shit that could have been done if it was actually being done in an effort to serve our country's interests.
To a severe point of crisis. So now I don't intend this video to be a long deep dive into all the documents and papers and articles and this, that, and the other. I just want it to be a quick synopsis for YouTube's sake. I could make longer videos on stuff and I will, but for this video, I just wanted to do a quick TLDR.
You knew all of this in high school? Dude, I knew all of this in 5th grade. I mentioned the notebook in the past, and, you know, me and my friend learned to write in German runes. So, yeah. I don't really feel like I need to explain more than that, but you can probably connect the dots.
Even though it is going on 21 minutes in the video now. But let's get on with the conclusion now. For anyone who puts America first, kicking neoconservatism out of power isn't just politics. This is a fight for the nation's survival. Neocons have done more damage to America than any foreign enemy ever could. They're like a parasite that hollowed...
No, he didn't have WMDs. He didn't have a Rothschild-controlled central bank. That's what it was.
America out from the inside. A real patriot.
Trying to see if I could find it, but it's not talking about that.
Does not see them as just well-meaning war hawks who just got a little carried away. No. A real patriot sees them as people pushing an agenda that's straight up hostile to regular Americans, whether they admit it or not. The whole ideology of neoconservatism is poison, and it has to be ripped out of American politics, out of our government. It is not a good thing. So many people are waking up to this now, but it wasn't like that for a long time. Now a lot of people are rejecting it wholeheartedly, which is great. But what do people actually want? Like, okay, we got rid of neoconservatism, but we're ignoring them. They're all silly. They're doofuses. They're dumb. What should we do? What we want instead is just...
Dude, true democracy is a joke. Like, this is the simple fact. Democracy is retarded. Most people are not fit to make their own decisions, much less make decisions for the country. Like, think about the average person. Would you want that person making life-altering decisions on your behalf? The answer's probably fucking no. That's why we had... Dude, up until the late 1800s, we didn't even have universal voting for men in this nation. It wasn't until the 1890s where all men could actually vote. The original vision for America was that only a very small portion of the population would actually be able to vote in elections. You know, it was supposed to be an extremely right-wing, conservative nation of white European settlers. Period. It wasn't until the 60s that non-whites were allowed to emigrate en masse. So, now, the original vision for America has been completely fucking bastardized. So... And, you know, we have people named Israel, ironically enough, you know, coining the term melting pot in order to subvert the original intention behind the United States. So, the original vision for the United States looks nothing like what we have today.
Just simple common sense. The military's job is to protect the United States and Americans, period. Not to fight endless wars for Israel, or to chase a daydream about turning the whole world into democracies. Next, the government's #1 duty...
No, I don't even think it was a Roman who said that. I think it was, Let me see. Yeah, it was Thomas Jefferson who said, if a nation expects to be ignorant and free, it expects what never was and never will be. That's what I was thinking of. That was basically the entire mentality, is like, in order to have a successful country, you need an actual educated, intelligent populace. That was the entire intention behind the voting restrictions, because they knew that most people are too fucking dumb. Most people are fucking stupid. They can't even, like, dude, most people don't even save money. They're in massive amounts of credit card debt. They blow all their money on fucking OnlyFans and Uber Eats. And these people are supposed to be able to make decisions that affect the lives of everyone who lives around them? Fuck that. You know, Shaniqua with her 8 illegitimate children from 5 different men. You know, Neat Bucks Deluxe, who sits at home at fucking mom's basement at 35 years old, never worked a fucking job, but, you know, somehow he should have a say in how things are run when it comes to a fucking country? It's crazy. They knew that shit wouldn't fucking fly. They knew that shit would be a fucking disaster. That's why they didn't fucking do it. But, you know,
You're fucking poor!
Through subversion and infiltration, this is where we end up. EB7 with the 2, it's a failed concept. Look at what it caused here in Canada. Yeah, exactly, man. It's done. The American experiment is over. It failed. It failed. We are in a state of managed decline right now. And it is painfully obvious.
Is to look out for the safety, the jobs, the culture of Americans, the future of actual American people, not some open borders global system run by the elites. And finally, real countries with real borders and real citizens are the only thing that works. Everything else is a fantasy, straight up. The 20 or 30 years when neocons ran the show in the past were disastrous. It was a wrong turn. They dressed up as conservatives while dragging the country into a ditch without any plans to pull them out of it. If we ever forget what neoconservatism did to America or let them sneak back in, the United States as we know it is finished. All right, guys, that's all for me today. God bless you and your family.
It already is finished, unfortunately. We're gonna, what's that fucking term? Balkanize. That's it. We're gonna balkanize, where we're gonna have like little sections of the country that are basically like split between ethnic groups. So that's what's gonna happen eventually, I feel like. Yeah, the biggest mistake the founding fathers made is, you know, they didn't make some things non-amendable. Like in the Constitution, they should have put provisions in place that made certain things non-amendable, meaning that no matter what, they could never be changed. Ever. Making the Constitution amendable was honestly the biggest mistake that they made. Period. It should have been concrete, non-changeable. This is what it is. Period. You cannot change it. You cannot add on to it. This is it in perpetuity. But, you know, hindsight's 2020. Again, they could never, this is the thing too, is like, I don't think they could fathom the levels of degeneracy that we have today. Genuinely. Would you say it's easier to be smart? Yeah, it's easy to be smart. Most people don't even want to put in the bare minimum. Like, again, I don't really feel like pulling up the stats, but it's like, what? 60% of the country can barely even read at a passable level? Like, that's pitiful, man. All right, I do need to hop off, so I am going to go ahead and wrap up for today. Hope you guys all have a great Wednesday. And I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out, guys.